Hello everyone, I'm here to suffer. I hate this case. I hate this case. I hate this case. Hi, thanks for the gallery icons. I hate this case. I hate it. I have trauma over this shit. This is not good. I hate it. I'm here to suffer. This is a chapter where I'm here to suffer. That's it. I have nothing else to say about this. Hours earlier. You know, I just noticed that technically the conflict in Ace Attorney Investigations 1 ends up being caused by the balkanization of an European country, like a section of Europe. Like this is just balkanization conflicts. Like technically this happened because the area where those countries are, you know, like the Balkans. I'm just... God. This could have been avoided. March 14, 10:17 a.m. High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. It's so nice. Almost dream-like to finally have the chance to relax and sip some tea. Like a motherfucker. Especially after what a whirlwind the past few days have been. I haven't even slept. I've been awake the entire time. It sucks. Well, except for those kind of, like, I don't know, 15 minutes where I was, you know, hit in the head and I was unconscious. On my return flight, I was dragged into a case involving an Interpol agent's murder. Next day, I investigated a kidnapping and a murder at the Gatewater Land theme park. And later that night, a detective's dead body welcomed me back to my office. I can't believe that the kidnapping, like, you don't realize because of the way the events are put in the game, like the order in which they're shown to you. But Edward literally came back from a flight in which he was accused of murder. Immediately had to deal with a kidnapping event. Not his own, but still. And then he goes to his office at the end of the day and he's like, oh hey, another dead body. Cool. Like, this man does not have good luck in his life. Along with a thief who was out to pilfer files related to a case from 10 years ago. How did I manage to find myself in the middle of so many cases back to back? Well, Edward, that's what happens when you're the protagonist of an Ace Attorney game. Look at Phoenix. He has to deal with that shit all the time. Until he loses his badge anyway. Well, at least I have today. All I ask is that I be allowed to spend it quietly. 8 hours later. God fucking damn it. Mr. Edward! This is big. Big, I tell you. Hey, what's wrong with you? What's your enthusiasm? And suddenly the phrase "the fragility of dreams" comes to mind. I should have stayed in Europe. I should have stayed with Phoenix. He was right. I should have just stayed in his apartment with him. What are you talking about, fragile dreams? Come on, let's go. The fake detective is going to find it herself, you know? Well, if you must know, it's possible that I was paid a visit last night by your fake. Say what? I mean, we don't know if the person was a man or a woman, so... Unfortunately for us, the thief managed to escape. But even now, we're still looking for this criminal. However, I must warn you that we've only had a few hours to search so far. So I must insist that you be patient on this one, Kay. What's with you today? Are you sure you're in sleep talking to me right now? Anyway, I've got something much more important that I want you to see. Oh, and what is it? Take a look at this! On March 14th, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. That's quite a bold declaration to send to an embassy. I suppose it was inevitable that a newspaper will catch wind of this. The date the car mentions is today! Today, huh? Come on, we gotta hurry, the embassy awaits! I suppose it is quite an undermatter. However, do you know which country's embassy we should be investigated? Well, it's some really special country and I'm actually really fussy on the details. But never mind that, where's all your energy? Why are you so lackadaisical today? I never know how to pronounce that. Lackadaisical today. I hate that word. I know how to write it perfectly and I never know how to pronounce it. I'm not Kay, you're just too wound up. Well then you should get too wound up too. Because this just might be your chance to catch that woman. You mean Miss Yu. The woman who killed Kay's father, Vern Faraday, 7 years ago. Callisto Yu. She claimed to be the great thief Yatagarasu. And then disappeared from the courtroom. Ah, she makes me so mad! The phony. Everyone knows that the real Yatagarasu will never send something like a calling card. Until a company's underhanded dealings are made public, the target is always totally unaware that the Yatagarasu has paid them a visit. That's what makes the real Yatagarasu so awesome. The Yatagarasu's card that's shown in this article, it looks to me as though it could be genuine. See, that's the thing. Whoever it is, that person isn't the real deal but has knowledge of the Yatagarasu. If this isn't a clue that that woman's involved, then nothing is. Come on, Mr. Edward. Out the door you go. Wait, there are a few preparations I must make before we go. There's something interesting about this car we found last night here in my office. It's of a different color than the one in the article, which makes me wonder why. What's up? Any reason why you're boring a hole through the newspaper with your eyes? No, no reason at all. Very well, seeing as how Miss Yu is also someone of a special nature to me, I agree that there is some merit to be found in investigating this. I knew you'd come around. And then Edward didn't have like a single day where he could actually relax after coming back to Japanifornia from his trip to Europe. You have to admit, this guy has it hard. At least he's rich. Or he has money, I assume. He is very much getting paid better than Phoenix. March 14th, 5 PM. Theatrum Neutralis. Really? What is the name of this in Japanese? I need to know, because Theatrum Neutralis is a little too on the nose. Oh, hi. Is it still somewhere? Well, what a coincidence. Who would have thought that a Steel Samurai stage show would ever be held at such an elegant theater instead of a foreign embassy? Yeah, the climax was really awesome. Steel Samurai, such a flash. I got chills down my spine when he pulled that move out. I suppose it really is more impactful to watch a show in person than on television. I have to say though, this embassy is set up kinda funny. I mean, they have two countries sharing the same building. Well, as you said yourself, this place and the countries it houses are very special. Even the theater is special in that it is a neutral zone sharing both the two countries. So let me get this straight. The Steel Samurai show just now is being sponsored by one of the two countries. The one that's called the Kingdom of how would you pronounce that? Alabast? 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 It has to be Alabast, isn't it? I wish Ace Attorney Albast? Albast makes sense, yeah. I wish these games came with a pronunciation guide. Because, like, maybe, yeah, like, the issue with a word like that is that it depends on what it's based on. Because if it is based on, like, a more, Latin-based language, it would be something like Ajevast. Like, but the le part could be silent, so that would be Albast. Ace Attorney, I'm begging you for a pronunciation guide, please. Let's go with Albast. The one that's called the Kingdom of Albast, right? Yes, it would appear that the Steel Samurai is very popular in the country as well. Seems that way. But you know who I'm really into? The Jammy Ninja. The Republic of Babel is sponsoring the Jammy Ninja stage show. That's something for fangirls like me. We totally got to see that too, Mr. Edward. The Jammy Ninja show is gonna take the Steel Samurai show rear's end. You know, ever since I first met this girl, I've always had this inkling that what she really wants to be is not a thief, but rather a ninja. Well, Edward, sometimes ninjas were thieves. So anyway, about today's event, what's it called again? The Kingdom of Albast versus the Republic of Babel Goodwill Jubilee. The small European countries of the Kingdom of Albast and the Republic of Babel. These two countries used to be a single entity that was abundant with nature, and it was called the Principality of Codopia. No, don't you love the Balkanization of Europe? I'm assuming Eastern Europe. Don't you love the Balkanization of Eastern Europe? I don't. Yeah, Edward, my honest reaction to that. Huh? Is everything alright, Mr. Edward? Yes, I'm alright. Moving on. After a period of civil unrest, the country split in two, though signs of their past remains. For example, their flags preserve the flower and butterfly motif to these days. Codopia, huh? The KG-8 incident, and what was referred to as the second KG-8 incident, in which an embassy staff member was murdered. Both of these cases were related to the Principality of Codopia. In the 7 years that have passed, the country may have split into two. However, the Yatagarasu still sent a calling card here. Honestly, the most unrealistic thing about this is the fact that the two embassies, like the two countries share an embassy. Because, like, I don't know, last time I checked, that didn't happen when Serbia and Montenegro divided each other. Like, they used to be a single entity, and those guys, they divided that country. And by all means, now you got embassies for both. You would not share the embassy. Like politically speaking, politically speaking, an embassy is counted as land from the other country in a different country. Like, that is, legally speaking, land that belongs to the other country. Like, temporarily, obviously, like, it's an embassy. It's symbolic more than anything. So if a country separates, them sharing an embassy would be really, really weird. For a variety of reasons, especially if the countries were in like armed conflict before separating. Like, not a normal thing. It's the most unrealistic part of this entire case, if anything. What could it all mean? Well, a lot of things. Mr. Edward, I know you're thinking about something. Oh, excuse me, what were you talking about again? If you could please stop spacing out on me. Anyway, we were talking about the Alabasta versus Baba Goodwill Jubilee, which is kind of a name. The two countries have had a pretty bad relationship with each other. But supposedly, they've been trying really hard to make up recently. That's why they decided to hold this event. If that's the case, then why the versus? Also, both countries claim to own their real Primidux statue, a national tradition to both. They're planning to have them publicly evaluated today to see which one's the real deal. Okay, I need I remind you to take care and not succumb to your thieving desires. Well, when it comes to treasure, I can't help myself. You know that. She had better be saying that in jest. Hey, I can read your body language, you know, and you've got it all wrong. Look, I'm here to do some investigating. Investigating, I tell you. I know. And although we don't know if the guitar also will really make an appearance, I suppose we should still spend some time examining this place. Finally, I can move. Oh, hi, Lotta. Where in darnation are they? Come on, big scoop. Hey, mister, out of the way. Yeah, I'm talking to ya. I seem to remember this woman from somewhere. Yet my instincts are directing me not to engage in conversation with her. Perhaps it would be best if I left her alone. That is for the best. The national flag of the Republic of Babel is on display here. The crest on it features a butterfly. It's really rare to see a national flag featuring an animal in it. Not really. I can list at least a few for you that do. Okay, are there any flags with really chic things on them? Chic things? That's pretty vacay. Although by my definition, there aren't really any flags that feature a chic object. That's too bad, because if there was, I was thinking about stealing it. And what exactly would you do with a stolen national flag, Kay? You could buy them. Is there something I can help you with? I was wondering what is beyond these doors. The Babyliss embassy is just beyond this door, sir. You have some business with the embassy? You require immediate access? No, that's quite right. Are you sure, sir? Anyone and everyone is always welcome in the Republic of Babel. Well then, since we're here... An embassy is some sort of theme park, hey? You're such a buzzkill. Okay, that's good. Monroe, now give me a dramatic slam right there. Stop, hey, do you mind? Get out of the way, buddy. Okay, once more in 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, was that my fault just now? Well, he's obviously working. I guess we should leave him alone. There's a flat panel, a tape deck, and a row of Steel Samurai videos on this table. I suppose it's so visitors can watch an episode or two at their leisure. I guess it really is just that popular, huh? Yes, although I never thought I would see it reach this level of popularity. I wonder why they decided to call on the Steel Samurai for an event like this. I mean, it's like they intended to cut the two countries apart with the Samurai Star instead. Wouldn't that go against the whole point of this being an event? These flowers were sent by Global Studios. Global Studios? That's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show. They have been producing hit after hit recently, so the studio is being remodeled. Oh, I read about that in the papers the other day. The mascot of theirs is also getting a facelift too, right? What's his name? You mean Miss Monkey? Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory. Never underestimate my powers of recollection. I had to deal with that shit in a case. It was very depressing. It makes me think of my boyfriend. It appears that the child is watching a video from the first season of The Steel Samurai. Go, go, keep on fighting till your last breath. I'm not gonna keep singing. That wasn't even good singing. Completely absorbed in singing the theme song. I see. I'll let the child watch in peace. I'm standing way too close to this woman. And we're here reporting live from the Theatrum Neutralis. As you can see, tonight's audience is full of enthusiasm. Let's see what this member of the audience has to say. Well, okay, that's good. Let's do one more run through. Excuse me, when you are ready to film for real, would you mind giving me a call? I sense that she didn't hear a single word I just said. This is the perfect angle. Go, my image travels across the wave world and into every TV set around the globe. A more honest approach to appear on TV might serve your ambitions better. There are pamphlets about the two embassies here on this table. It looks weird to me. The country split into two a few years back, and they've shared the building and its grounds 50-50 ever since, which is extremely weird, and who am I to complain and or judge? Oh, I guess it's because they don't have the money to build two separate ones, huh? I should think that's not the reason why, Kay. I suppose I just helped myself to one of these. Damn it, I didn't finish investigating. What is all the hubbub? Ah! Hey, look, it's a Steel Samurai! And he's got his son, the Iron Infant, with him. Edward's so excited to meet his hero. May I speak with you for a second? It's the Steel Samurai. Mr. Edward, what are you glaring at him for? Please excuse me. It's just that I've never seen a superhero up close before. Edward, I just hit my mic with my face. Edward, please. Mr. Edward, Steel Samurai Daddy. Married man of Neo Old Tokyo. Incredible. It looks like he's written something down for you. To Edward from Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Old Tokyo. Wow, an autograph? Pretty cool that you got one, huh, Mr. Edward? He's so proud of himself. As much as I hate this case for how long and annoying it gets, I do love that we can see Edward as his funniest self, which is a fanboy of a children's TV show. Mr. Steel Samurai, Ambassador Alba is waiting for— oh god, this guy is waiting for you. And now the Steel Samurai will proceed to enter the Kingdom of Albaz to shake the hand of the Ambassador. The Steel Samurai isn't only here for the two countries tonight, but rather can be thought of as a goodwill ambassador from our country to them. God damn it, they talk too fast. There he goes, out to spread goodwill to the world. He really does seem like a goodwill ambassador, doesn't he? Okay, we're shooting the next segment now. Cue camera. In just a few seconds, the Jamming Ninja stage show is set to begin. After the show, the Jamming Ninja will enter the Republic of Babel. He is set to meet with the Ambassador of Babel at that time. Ah, the Jamming Ninja show is about to start. We gotta get back to our seats. Regrettably, I don't have much of an interest in ninjas. Well, this show will change your mind. Come on, we have to hurry. If we miss even a second of the Jamming Ninja's awesome playing, I'll never forgive you. I suppose you're not about to give me much of a choice here, are you, Kay? I could listen to that Ninja Mark for Death's Lullaby song all day. His superb playing and that sad melody really brought a tear to my eye. And his heart-wrenching voice! Now that's the Jamming Ninja's greatest weapon. Ah, those pieces of Jamming Ninja merchandise over there! I got to have them! I especially want that the hair sticks are selling exclusively at the shows! They're exactly like the ones the heroine Princess Misola wears in her hair. Anyway, Edward does not approve of the Jamming Ninja. Anyway, wait, hold it right there, Mr. Edward. Yes? You're thinking of going home, aren't you? Well, it doesn't seem likely that Yatagarasu will be making an appearance tonight. Most likely it was simply a prank. No way, I just know the Yatagarasu will show. But I thought you said that the Yatagarasu doesn't send calling cards. Yeah, I did, but I figured from the very beginning that it would end up being a wild goose chase. But that card she sent was a genuine fake calling card. A genuine fake. Well, how can I word this? The Yatagarasu's mark that's on the calling card is exactly the same as my mark. Get it now? We got a problem. The Yatagarasu has been put in Albast. Sorry, it's just a classic thing of like, no, it's not gonna come up. It's just gonna be a wildwood chest. 2 seconds later, immediately, the Yatagarasu there. Okay, sure. What? You heard that, Mr. Edward? Ha! So you finally decided to show yourself, you phony? Hey, what gives? I'm sorry, but I will need to search you before you may enter. What the— Hey! The Steel Samurai just walked straight on through without one! Now if you don't hurry up and let me through, my phone is gonna need to escape. Okay, a country's embassy is considered to be a part of the country itself. That's kind of, like, important. If you don't go through the proper procedures to enter the country... Mr. Edward! I'm going to enter through Babel and climb over the wall into Albast.
Hold it!
You would tell a prosecutor straight out that you intend to illegally enter another... Hey, are you listening to me? Okay, Faraday. And I'm coming through. Yes, and welcome. Someone stop for anyone. God, I have to do everything myself. March 14, 6:12 p.m. Open air stage. Hey, where are you? Don't tell me you really did find some way over this fence. Fire! This is too big for us to handle. Looks like the Yatagarasu came to Babel too. You, accursed Yatagarasu. Okay, you had better be alright wherever you are. March 14, 6:45 p.m. Babel's Embassy, Secretariat's Office. Well, this is awkward. I told you it wasn't me!
Hold it!
I need to do more exercise. Hey, are you alright? Do I look alright to you? Now, can you do something about this woman? Mr. Edward! Detective Gumshoe, what is the meaning of this? Well, sir, it's, this... He's... It wasn't me! He was already dead when I ran in here, hot on the heels of the fake Yatagarasu. Look, I only came in here because I saw a suspicious person at the open air stage. A suspicious person? A long black coat and a hood over their head. I dare you to tell me that's not suspicious. When I saw that person, I immediately thought that they must be the fake Yatagarasu. So I chased after them into the embassy, then into here, and then lost sight of them. But I just know that person is the one who did it. What are you so worked up over? There's no reason for you to be this loud. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're Agent Lang's secretary. Tina, I believe your name is correct. And if you are making an arrest, I assume you have evidence that it was Kay who committed the crime. Is that also correct? You refuse to answer? I don't need to answer. You are merely a prosecutor in this country, meaning you have no investigative authority. Hey pal, just what the heck does what you just said mean? If it happened here, it's under Mr. Edwards' jurisdiction, the end. And seeing as how this building is sitting on our soil, we can investigate wherever we'd like. Unfortunately, Detective, embassies are a different matter. Huh? Who? This office is considered to be a part of the Republic of Babal, which means that anything that happens in here defaults to the control of the Babalese government and Babalese law, giving them exclusive extraterritorial rights. Extraterrestrial rights? Sir, do you really believe that the truth is out there? I want to believe, sir. Basically, our country's laws do not apply inside the embassy of another country. That's what was agreed to by our respective governments. Our authority to investigate was effectively nullified the second we entered this place, which means we can do little here in this situation. No way, sir! Please leave this matter in Interpol hands and go home. Mr. Edward. Hey, you're not... Mr. Edward! In that case, allow me to join your investigation. Miss Von Karma! Ambassador Paulino, I truly appreciate you allowing me to join the investigation. It is really nothing. I thought that it was this guy talking. Manny was my secretary, so of course I want to help you as much as I can. In fact, it's a blessing that Interpol agents were able to make it so quickly. Francisca? Well, I never imagined I'd meet you here of all places. This is an embassy, meaning that you have no authority to conduct.
Hold it!
Ready? What is it? Ambassador Palermo? And you are? I'm Miles Edward, public prosecutor. I ask that you please allow me to investigate this case as Miss Von Karma's assistant. Assistant? Miles! What the heck do you think you're... Please, I implore you, Ambassador Palermo. Well, I'll be continuing you on the two of you, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edward. What do you mean by you'll be Miss Von Karma's assistant? I don't exactly have a choice, do I, Detective? If I don't become Francisca's assistant, I can't participate in this investigation. There you go again, running at the mouth with that aloof expression on your face. Francisca, please, it's kind of like a situation here. Does it involve your fucking boyfriend? No, it does not. Then fine. I don't know what you're planning quite yet, but at least I do know one thing, that you are now my subordinate. Just remember that my whip is always ready to wake you, should you have a brain lapse. Of course, I'll keep that in mind. It's not like you wipe me every fucking time you come to visit. If you are done playing games. Right, let's begin the investigation. Boy. By the way, Detective, I suppose it's a bit late to be asking, but why are you here? Well, better late than never, I guess, sir. I was placed on guard duty for the Babalese embassy today. And why are our police guarding an embassy? Well, on account of the car they got from the Yatagarasu. They called us up and asked for help, sir. Oh, and because we've been searching for the Yatagarasu these past 7 years, it was a more or less mutually beneficial arrangement, if you ask me. Except for how mutually beneficial this has all turned out to be, I suppose. It looks like you failed to competently perform your guard duty yet again. Look forward to your next salary negotiation, although it's out of my hands. But sir, if it gets cut anymore, I won't be able to buy even instant noodles anymore. This should be illegal. Like, all cops are bastards, but I think the police needs a union. Gumshoe, you need to unionize. You need to unionize and have a fair wage. Just saying. Hey, it's another butterfly. I believe it is the symbol of the Republic of Babel. A drawing this big on the wall of an embassy. It definitely conveys a sense of overwhelming patriotism. I've got a lot of patriotism too, sir. The reason I became a cop in the first place was because I wanted to protect our country. You may want to, detective, however, I have yet to see the fruits of your desire. You don't have to be so blunt about it. Mr. Edward, there's still something on this display rack. Knives, huh? Although the blades are all that remains of them, unfortunately. I guess the handles all got burned off by the fire. Ah, so even the knives fell victim to the fire. Ambassador Palermo, are these knives yours? Well, yes, they are. They are a special set of ornamental knives featuring the national symbol of Babel. These butterfly-themed knives, along with Alba's own set of knives, are comprised of 3 knives each. But I can't believe the Babalese ones have been reduced to this state. Ornamental knives, huh? There's a small release on the tag of this blade. Ambassador Palermo, what is this notch here for? Oh, that! It's a feature of these knives wherein you can freely exchange the handles on them. Ooh, fancy. So that we can change how they look to fit the situation, of course. I see, so these knives were constructed so that the handles could be easily removed. These shelves are lined with American souvenirs and memorabilia. It's really strange, isn't it? I mean, I thought this was the Babalese embassy. So, why are there so many American souvenirs, sir? Perhaps the Babalese are studying American culture or tourism industry? If they have plans to make the Babalese tourism industry though truly flourish, then they would need to observe and study other countries' methods, I suppose. Speaking of tourism, I got this from the blonde guy earlier, sir. He said that if I bring this with me to Babao, I can trade them in for a few buffet. Gumshoe, you have to travel to the country fast. Oh, so how do you expect to travel to Babao? Well, the whole world is connected by the ocean, sir. And for a lounge you can eat buffet, I'll just swim all the way to Babao if I have to. Can a few simple coupons really motivate people to do such fantastic things? It looked like it was once a magnificent grandfather clock, but it has fallen victim to the fire. Hey, Mr. Edward, is it okay for me to talk about the clocks in my house, sir? If they're unrelated to the case, I hope that you will refrain from sharing, but... Well, there's this one clock that I made myself with a timer I won't need my ashes to... That's quite enough, detective. What's it that it was marking? There's still some burned objects scattered on the floor. Well, burned things get burned and then they become burnt things, you know? No, because there is no way to prove that a burned thing started out as a burned thing. Was it a burned thing or was it not? I have no idea what's what anymore, sir. Yes, I suppose it's a bit hard for someone with a burnout light bulb to comprehend. Damn, Edward. Okay, in perpetual pain in the background. Look. I can't do anything about this. Sheena's just gonna like hold her like this no matter what I do, so... Because this is a national treasure, can I ask that you please not touch it? I'm afraid that the only ones allowed to touch it are myself and the secretariat. But there is a possibility that it is related to the murder, wouldn't you agree? Hey, Mr. Edward, why don't we give up for now? We can force them to let us investigate it later when we find some solid proof. I suppose I don't have a choice here. This must be one of the primitive statues Kay was talking about earlier. Is it just me, or does this man look just like the Steel Samurai? They could be twins. The ceiling fan must have fallen from the ceiling. A ceiling fan? What does one of those do? Exactly what it sounds like it does. It's a fan that is installed on one ceiling. Well, if I had one of those in my room, I bet I got dizzy from staring at it as I slept. Detective Gumshoe, in the real world, we close our eyes when we sleep. A small personal safe. This was Mr. Cochen's office, so perhaps he stored his most important documents in here. Of course it's locked. You appears we won't be able to open it without a key. That's some fireplace. You know, it really gives this place a mansion-like quality, don't you think, sir? Oh, if these are a staple in every Babyliss house. And I bet Santa Claus pays them a visit too. Just how old are you again, detective? So our victim was the secretariat of this embassy, I took it. Manny Cochen. I heard that he was an admirable person. Very admirable. The cause of death is a stab to the base of his neck. He was lax in watching his back. We were fortunate that the fire missed our victim's body for the most part. If the fire had burned a bit longer, it would have made identifying him a hassle. So Mr. Cochen was stabbed to death in the middle of the raging fire. What in the world happened inside this room? I won't rest until I restrict the look uncanny. Is this knife the murder weapon? Some preliminary testing has been conducted. According to the results, the blood on that matches the victim's blood. The blade's shape was also found to be consistent with the stab wound. I suppose this means that we know that the crime was committed with this knife. This knife's got some really fancy ornamentation going on, huh, sir? This thing practically screams artsy at me too. Although it's also covered in blood, just like the last thing that I said was artsy. But the handle is pristine, there's not a single drop of blood on it. Speaking of the handle, I believe it has a butterfly motif. It's very beautiful. There appears to be something in his pocket. This key. It can be. No, it can be. Isn't this the Yatagarasu's key that was stolen 7 years ago? What? But that's... Huh? 7 years ago? Oh! You meant that case where I was framed, sir? Yes, it's a piece of evidence that stole the life of Kay's father 7 years ago. Which was then stolen by Callisto Yu. What? Mr. Faraday was killed with his key, sir? I thought he was killed with a knife. Scrappy! At the very least, try to remember the details of crimes you were a suspect in! Francisca, as you will recall, Detective Gumshoe was not present when Miss Yu made her escape. Plus, even among law enforcement, only a few knew of this key's existence. I doubt that a new rookie at the time would have been made privy to such knowledge. Oh, I feel like the victim right now. I'll trample on, sir. I suppose I'll just have to fill you in now. The secret to this key is... I need to put it in the right position. Ooh, whoa, that's amazing, sir. It's like some kind of magic trick. I knew it. This is the same exact piece of evidence that Miss Yu took with her. I remember this beautiful pattern in the blade. I remember this as well. It's a vine motif, isn't it? Yes, it looks like two interwoven vines crisscrossing down the blade. Vines, says? I think it looks like a bunch of stars, if you ask me. It's one of those six-sided stars, just like the police mark on our IDs. I really don't think you can call these stars. Say that the detective's art sense is underdeveloped would be an understatement. The real question is, why was the Babyliss embassy secretariat holding this? Well, we don't know how Mr. Kochen came to possess this key. We don't know that it was stolen by the Yatagarasu from the Kodopian embassy. That's right, Mr. Faraday had written that fact down in his organizer. I believe this means that further research is required into the country of Kodopia. Why don't you ask Ambassador Palermo about what he knows? Supposedly he was a candidate to be the next Kodopian ambassador once long ago. He should be able to answer any specific questions you may have. It's a knife wound. It's obvious what he was killed with, but I wonder if it's consistent with the wound. Indeed. This man, where do I know him from? Really, Edward, you don't remember? I'm just making sure that I'm not missing anything. Okay, I'm not. Sorry, but Interpol is still conducting its investigation beyond this point. I'm a subordinate of Miss Von Karma. Is there some reason why I'm being denied access? My superior clearly stated, don't let anyone near the site, you got it? If I let you examine the site, my superior will get really angry at me. You know, Mr. Edward, I feel really bad for the guy, so why don't we do as he says? Yes, I suppose we might as well. Okay, are you right? You believe me, don't you, Mr. Edward? You don't think I did it, right? Yes, of course I don't, and I promise to prove that it wasn't you. That's enough chit-chat. You can investigate all you like, but it's only a matter of time before we take her in. It would be wise of you to give up while you can. No, I don't think so. Kay isn't lying, and my investigation will prove that to be true. Go ahead and try then, if you're that confident. I can't allow this to continue on this way. I must prove her innocence post haste. I think that's everything that I would need around here. Except talking to this guy. I can't believe that Manny fell among thieves tonight. Without him, I have no idea what my schedule for tonight is. Ambassador Palermo, I believe your schedule tonight will consist of listening to reports from the police, that and only that. I ask you to cooperate not only for your own sake, but for Mr. Kochen's as well. You're a rather strong man, aren't you? How fascinating! Here, I know it isn't much, but I'd like you to have this. I'm sorry, but it would be against my principles to accept a bribe. Oh, no. These are simply coupons we distribute to promote Babao. Remember, we offer a large number of discounts and offers when you visit lovely Babao. Now I remember, the Republic of Babao is known for its feverish tourism industry. I was wondering if you might tell me a bit more about the deceased Manny Cohen. He was my secretary and the embassy secretariat charged with running the whole place. He was an admirable man. He said it's a great loss to our country. He was in charge of everything: accounting, printing, taking care of our national treasures. I'm sorry, but did you say printing? A country's primary source of revenue is our tourism industry. So in order for us to print the necessary pamphlets, flyers, coupons, etc., we have a printing press here at our embassy. I see. Please excuse my forwardness, however. I feel I should mention that I have the distinct impression that I've met him before. Oh, yes. Since you are of the legal profession, I suppose you just might have. After all, Manny was involved in the KG-8 incident. The KG-8 incident. The defendant who was found innocent in that case was Manny. So your Mr. Kochen is the same man as the one in that case. It's been 10 years. Manny recovered personally from that case and dove enthusiastically into this job. He was the one who planned this event and was to oversee these embassy renovations. It really is a shame. He has such a bright future ahead of him. Wait. bright future. How old is he? He's 31. Okay, he has a point. He has a bright future ahead of him. Wait, so he was like 20 something when he... Damn. Like, damn, dude. What exactly did you mean earlier by renovations? We can't have tourists and visitors to our embassy think we're a poor nation, can we? So renovating the embassy is something of an investment. We may have a rather paltry budget, but we're trying our best to make do. Country girls make do. However, I guess the only person who would have helped us do our best is no longer with us. Ambassador Palermo, I was wondering if I may ask you about Codopia. Codopia? Alright, what would you like to talk about? First, I'd like to ask you about this key. What about this key? I found it sticking out of Mr. Kochen's pocket. I believe it originally belonged to this embassy, is that correct? Upon closer inspection, it seems that this key is shaped like a butterfly. That's not all about this key, it's also capable of changing into a knife. How fascinating! Is it possible that the ambassador didn't know about the existence of this key? In his knife's foil there is a flower mark at the base of the blade. I guess this knife might be from when we used to be a part of Codopia.
Hold it!
And how did you come to that conclusion? It has both of Codopia's national symbols, the butterfly and the flower. I suppose Manny used his key here at the embassy back when we were still Codopia. Ambassador Palermo, this key was stolen from the Codopian embassy 7 years ago. By Callisto Yu, otherwise known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu. Oh, really? You were not aware that Miss Yu had broken into this embassy at the time. I'm sorry, I can't be of much help. I'm not very familiar with the details, you see. I only became the ambassador after Baba became his own independent nature. But if Manny were still alive, he would probably know about what happened back then. Mr. Kochen and Miss Yu knew each other 7 years ago. But that doesn't explain why I found the Yatagarasu's key here in the present. Oh dear, if people were to find out about that a murder occurred at our embassy, the number of tourists would plummet and as would our revenue to be a disaster. What are we going to do? He really does seem worried. Perhaps I should refrain from bringing this up. I do want to see if I can get anything from the statue. This statue resembles that hero, the Steel Samurai, don't you think? I was thinking, what would you say to changing its name to the Steel Samurai statue? It just might attract a few more tourists to our country if I did right. I'm not sure what to think. I thought that thing was a national treasure. Miles Edward. What is it? Let me tell you something. You are currently my subordinate. And if you wish to convince everyone else of that, you will speak to me with respect. What's with the giddy glint in her eyes? I don't think that will really be necessary, Francisca. Oh, really? Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that you're still under me. I thought Francisca was flying around the world in pursuit of the smuggling case. So then why is she here at this embassy? I was investigating the Albastian embassy when I got wind of this mess. Ah, that's right, the Yatagarasu was due to appear at the embassy as well. Yes, but the difference is that we didn't have a fire over there. Although there was an incident at the Albastian embassy as well. But I left Agent Lang in charge of that case and came over to the Babyliss embassy. So Agent Lang is here as well, huh? I see we've met. Well, he's in the Albastian embassy, acting as bodyguard for Ambassador Alba. However, he seems to have a different reason for being there. So the suspect in the murder that occurred in this office is that little girl I see. Is she perhaps trying to be the Yatagarasu? Kay would never harm a soul, sir. Hey, you remember, do you not, about the case we investigated together 7 years ago? That girl is the daughter of the victim in that case, Mr. Faraday. So she's that feisty little girl. Kay has been on the trail of the Yatagarasu, which is how she ended up here. Looking for the one who took her father's life. I see. Kay's trying so hard, but you know what? The Yatagarasu just keep on tricking us all. How so? The Yatagarasu sent a card saying, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. But all we had is an arson and a murder. The lab boys are going in circles. You know what this is, sirs? It's a breach of contract. It's going on the rap sheet. If you ask me, I'm perfectly fine with the fact that nothing was stolen tonight. I do wonder, though, if Callisto Drew really is a Yatagarasu. It's time for logic. The design on the knife's handle. It greatly resembles a special Babalee species of butterfly. It does, doesn't it? Plus it says right here. This knife is property of the Republic of Babao. Perhaps this means that the knife used in the crime was found right in this room. To steal your dirtiest secret. Is it possible that the dirty secret that Yatagarasu was out to steal is in this very room? Dirty secret. Francisca, you're in pursuit of some dirty, underhanded dealings of yourself, are you not? Something tells me that this is no coincidence. In that case, then, the person I'm looking for is here in the Babalee's embassy, huh? The head of the smuggling operation. I think I just might need to ask Francisca about her smuggling case in more depth. Well, might as well try with that key. We know for a fact that the Yatagarasu's key was used at this embassy. Furthermore, we found it in the victim's Mr. Kochan's pocket. Which leads me to think that perhaps it is the key to the personal safe in this office. Good thinking, sir. Let's go try it out. It appears I was correct. The key that was left to us in the victim's pocket. It literally turned out to be the key to the next piece of the truth. What do we have here? Hey, there's nothing inside! Do you think the Yatagarasu made off with everything, sir? No, detective. I believe all we need is a closer look. I won't rest until I respect your nook and cranny. What is this here? It looks like the ripped corner of a piece of paper, sir. No, I don't think it's ripped. It seems more to me like it's stuck in the safe. You're right, it won't bunch an inch, but not even when I tug on it. But I don't think I've ever seen paper stuck on the inside of a safe before. Detective, I think you have it backwards. It's not the paper that's strange, it's the safe. What do you mean? What I mean is that the secret to this safe is that it has two compartments. Even just eyeballing it, you can see that the inside is a bit too shallow. Furthermore, with the unnatural way the paper is stuck at the back of the safe, I'd say that there is an extra bit of space behind the back wall of the safe. In other words, this safe has a second compartment. What? I suppose that you are correct in asserting that the paper is stuck in an unnatural manner. However, if what you say is correct and there is a second compartment, how do we go about opening the door to it then? As you can see, there is no other lock or keyhole in sight. Actually, there is one more spot of interest to me on this safe. Oh? Yes, and I believe that spot is the keyhole to our mystery second lock. The safe and its locks. Alright then, since you are so sure of yourself, show me how you deduced your answer. Hey, there's a hole there. There's a hole here, sir. It's a little oddly shaped for a latch hole. Oh, that's a pretty shape for a latch hole, huh? It's shaped kinda like a star, and then you think, sir? detective, I would hardly call that shape a star. Must be some reason for this hole. Well, there's gotta be some reason why this hole is shaped so weirdly, you know? Am I overthinking this? No, I don't think so. Maybe I'm overthinking things. Nah, there's no way I could ever do that. Ho ho! Detective Gumshoe, could you please be quiet for a second? You're frightening me.
Eureka!
Doesn't the shape of this keyhole remind you of something, Francisca? The shape? It does look very familiar. However, I believe it's simply a latch hole for the safe's lock mechanism. It's just for keeping the door shut, nothing more.
Hold it!
Is that so? The person who used this safe, Mr. Cochin, made sure this safe had 2 compartments in order to hide something. Do you honestly think someone like that would allow the keyhole to the hidden half to look so obviously like a keyhole that even the average person could figure it out? You can't be serious. Are you saying that this hole is the keyhole to the hidden compartment to the safe? That's precisely what I'm saying. And I will prove it to you, right now, that the Atarasa's key is the key that will open it. The Atarasa's key. Must Edward, this had better be a very bad joke. Sorry, but this is no joke. The Atarasa's key is the very key that will open the second compartment of the safe. We know that this key opens the first compartment of the safe, but the keyhole you're talking about is of an entirely different shape than that of the key. Yeah, but like the blade. Let's go over this again, shall we? The Atarasa's key was originally made to open Mr. Cochin's safe in the Grovian embassy. We confirmed that as fact by opening the door to the safe with it. Now, let's take a look at the back end of the key. Looking at the knife portion head on, what do you see? What are you talking about? It appears that you come to understand what I'm talking about. When viewed head-on, the knife's blade is the exact same shape as the keyhole. The real function of the knife portion is to act as the key to the hidden portion of the safe. But that's preposterous! Because it looks like a knife and was used like one to kill Mr. Faraday 7 years ago, we fell under the misconception that it was always meant to be a knife. But for both the safe and its key to conceal such clever tricks, whatever is hidden inside the secret section must be of incredible importance. Then it's even possible that what I've been searching for is inside. Scruffy! Hurry up and open that safe! Yeah, yes, they're opening it now, sir. Huh. Just a couple stuff. These items, it's a bunch of funny shaped things. I guess they're pieces of art that... You're in the way now, move, Scruffy! I didn't think I was in their way. These pieces of art, they're identical to the ones that have been stolen from various countries around the world. I figure as much. These are the treasures this section of the safe was to hide from view. I believe a more thorough examination is required. These are pieces of stolen art from around the globe, from around the world. I wonder how much they're worth, especially this one. Hey! Scruffy! Don't touch those valuable pieces of art with your filthy hand! Why? Do you have any idea what would happen to you if one of them were to break? Is it just me, or did you hit one of the pieces of art just now? Okay, that's... This is the document that we thought was stuck earlier. I wonder what it's about. Beats me, sir! Sorry, I need to hydrate. Why don't we take a look at it first before we give up, detective? Mr. Koch's name is written here on the last page. I wonder what the significance of this document is. No, wait, there's something? Pull this sort of trick into one safe is really something. Yeah, it's neat how this safe has 2 compartments, but what's really impressive is that the other end of the key was another key. I totally hadn't noticed. I wonder if Mr. Kochan was just paranoid or if he had secrets of that great value. Speaking of paranoid, I once sharpened both ends of my pencil. But then, when I went to erase something, I got all paranoid that I was gonna stab myself. Please refrain from dispensing your special brand of unrelated stories while on duty. Yes, sir. A piece of we found the key that the Yatagarasu misused 7 years ago. Since it was originally from this embassy, maybe she came back to return it? I don't think she's the type to be so kind as to do such a thing, detective. Okay, then what do you think, sir? At least to you. For what reason did she steal the key? That seems to be everything here. Franziska, when we last talked, you said that you were on the trail of a smuggling ring. I suppose the reason you're here right now is related to that. Yes. After analyzing the intel we gathered from various countries, this embassy rose to the top of our list of sites to investigate. And this is what tipped us off. This accounting document? It's only one page of the whole thing, so we're not sure about all the details. However, it's enough for us to grab onto the tail of the beast. But you see, this type of paper was made only in the Principality of Coropia, which means that somewhere in the countries of Albast and Babal is the head. The one pulling the strings behind the entire smuggling ring. Ah, boy. That's Franziska for you. She's amazing, pursuing this case with all she has. Wait, didn't we get or did we? Oh right, I need to deduce that one. Eureka! Take a good look at these documents, Franziska. It says there are 3 pages in total, and yet there are only 2 here. Correct. Now take a look at the smuggling activity document in your possession. Tell me, is it not possible that your page was taken from this set of 3? Well, it certainly looks that way. By putting our multi-part puzzle together, we seem to have arrived at an answer. And it seems that you have now found what you were looking for. Yes, and with this, it has become crystal clear that Mr. Kochan himself was responsible for the mass smuggling of Babelis Ink. Babelis Ink? Babelis Ink is a special product of the Republic of Babal. However, due to a special reason, only a limited volume is ever exported. And that reason is? That's classified. It's on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. In any case, it seems that the head of the smuggling ring was our victim, Mr. Manny Kochan. His race was in an embassy, thus it was hard for both our country and his to interfere, making it the ideal conditions under which to run a smuggling operation. But it's so frustrating. I lost the person I was to rain judgment down upon with my whip of justice. Well, even if he is dead, we still have a responsibility to look into his misdeeds. You expect me to whip a dead man? Well, I'm not interested. Franziska, you must know that Manny Kochan was a suspect in the KG-8 incident. Of course I know. On top of being the head of the smuggling ring, there is the matter of what really happened in that case that needs to be resolved. Yay! Are you done investigating? You realize now, don't you, that this girl is the only one it could be. Now come along quietly, Yatagarasu. Okay, Faraday? You're under arrest for the murder of Manny Cohen. Kochan. Cohen? Kochan? I keep changing it. Mr. Edward! Please, you have to believe me, I didn't do it. I changed the fake Yatagarasu in here. And he was already... You have a right to remain silent. Everything you say can and will be used against you. I'd like to help you reduce the number of mistaken arrests Interpol makes. What is that supposed to mean? I believe I told you that Kay Faraday is not the culprit of this crime. Very well, I suppose I have no choice. I'll show you just how foolish your claims are. You and your police confirmed that the Yatagarasu infiltrated the Babyliss embassy tonight. Utilizing the confusion caused for the fire, the Yatagarasu snuck into this embassy. Furthermore, this girl claims to the Yatagarasu, and most importantly, other than her, there was no one else in here with the body. Your reason for suspecting Kay is because you think she's the Yatagarasu. Exactly, but it isn't just me. She calls herself the Yatagarasu. Ah, look how many times do I have to tell you! I was only out to capture the fake Yatagarasu. Imposter or not, it matters not. A Yatagarasu is a Yatagarasu. Very well, then I shall prove that Kay is not the Yatagarasu who killed Mr. Manny Cohen. Coachin. Go ahead and try. Show me what the prosecutors of this country are made of. They may have confirmed it, but are you telling me that no one could catch the thief? If so, you're basically admitted that the Yatagarasu committed that the Yatagarasu that committed murder eluded us. Of course, I chased after the Yatagarasu and the Babyliss embassy right away. And that is also why I'm making this arrest right now. Because at the end of my long chase, there was only this girl. In any case, this is what I believe happened tonight. The confusion caused by the fire. Are you saying that the Yatagarasu was not the arsonist who started the fire? A suspicious person in a long coat was spotted in the area. Officers in the area claim to have seen that person start the fire. It sounds like we have a phantom in our midst. Yeah. In a way, he could be considered a phantom with the way he randomly appears. Just because she calls herself that, it doesn't prove that she is a killer. No, but it does give her a motive. Yatagarasu sent a card saying, I will be there to steal your dirty secret. Furthermore, there are documents pertaining to some smuggling activity in this room. She obviously wanted to steal them. So she killed Mr. Cochin for the key. I see. Her logic is very sound. I expected nothing less of Agent Lang's secretary. However, that statement just now didn't sound right. It might just be the opening I need. Hold it! So you're claiming that Kay knew that a foreign country's embassy had such documents? As stated in the calling card, the Yatagarasu was out to steal a dirty secret. Which means that the goal tonight was to steal those smuggling activity documents. You have it all wrong! It was the fate that sent that card! Your words are meaningless. If you are truly innocent, then let's see some proof. Hey, Mr. Edward, I leave it to you to handle this. Yes, I'd rather you did. Yatagarasu's goal, huh? You can claim she's innocent, but you can't change the facts I've already outlined. Like, this is clearly where I have to present evidence, but I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be presenting. Is the issue. Like, I'm not sure. I mean, I guess the key, like the most reasonable thing here. I'm changing position on my chair, excuse me if you hear anything, because my back is hurting. I guess the most realistic thing that I could present is the knife. because this was stolen and it's impossible for her to get the files without the key. Is the closest, like, is the one thing that I can think of.
Objection!
Okay, I was right. Thank God. Thank God that my logic sometimes works. Agent Sheena, I regret to inform you, but there is a flaw in your logic. Oh. Even if you claim that she is the killer and the Yatagarasu, I am certain that securing the smuggling document it is not the move behind the murder. The key to the safe in this room was found on Mr. Kochan's body. Furthermore, the Yatagarasu would not be so stupid as to leave without the documents. By the simple fact that the documents were still in the safe when we looked, it's obvious that the killer target was not the safe at all. Then perhaps she didn't know that Mr. Kochan had a key on him. If that's the case, then why would she have needed to kill him? Because I can think of no reason for her to kill him if she had not known that fact. Need, reason. All of this is simply or conjecturing after the fact. It's entirely possible that she accidentally killed him when she was sneaking in. Perhaps she didn't notice the safe's second compartment before returning the key. But the fact still remains that Mr. Kochan was stabbed to death.
Objection!
But you have no definitive proof that it was Kay who committed the act. Actually, I do. I saw her holding the knife she used on the victim with my own eyes. What? Allow me to tell you a bit more about the evidence that will put her away behind bars. The knife wound on the body is consistent with the blade of the knife. The knife with the butterfly handle is a murder weapon which the killer was holding. I assume she obtained the knife from the display rack and used it on the victim. The knife is a part of a special 3-piece set, which has a design like no other. The evidence and testimony, it all points to the girl. There is no counter-argument. Yeah, that is your definitive evidence. You see now that she is definitely the killer, right? No, Mr. Edward, you gotta believe me. I saw a suspicious person in a long black coat inside the embassy, I swear. And you came in here because you were chasing this suspicious person. That's right, I ran into this office only because I was chasing after the person. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my food, so I turned on the lights, but then... Ah! Who's there? This is... I came to this room up here and the girl screamed. But when I saw her holding the knife, I immediately restrained her. So the object Kay fell by her feet on the floor was a murder weapon. I had the knife analyzed right away, but we failed to find anyone's prints on it. But the suspicious person in the black coat who came into this room before me... You continue to insist there was such a person, but if there was, where did they go? That... I don't know, but I know they came in here. That sounds like the desperate excuses of a suspected killer, not a trustworthy testimony. You understand, don't you? We can't trust these girls' words, Mr. Edward. She has a point. Even if Kay's words are the truth, I must show that they are with some solid evidence. Mr. Edward, I really didn't. Kay, don't worry. If you didn't do it, then there must exist a way for me to prove that. Still not giving up, I see. In that case, try to counter my argument if you can. Don't worry, I can and I will. Bitch. The knife wound on the body is consistent with the blade of the knife. Okay. That's what we have before. Does this mean that you already have the results back? We have confirmed that the shape of the Babyliss knife blade matches the wound. Please don't confuse the efficiency of Interpol's forensic teams with your own. I won't if you don't underestimate our police force. And so we're clear. I'd hardly say your logic is sound, which you will see in a bit. If you can prove me wrong, please by all means go ahead. This has been my intention all along. Now let's return to your testimony.
Hold
it! Sorry, I had the yawnies. You mean to say that you saw Kay holding the murder weapon when you're on ice? I was also to search for the Yatagarasu. When I heard that girl's scream coming from this room, I rushed over straight away. When I arrived, I saw that girl standing there motionless with a knife in her hands. But I already told you I only came in here because I was also after the Yatagarasu. The suspicious person I saw came into this room. But when I entered, it was pitch black. I felt something by my foot on the floor, so I turned on the lights and then... You found out it was the murder weapon at your feet. How many times do I have to tell you we can't trust the words of a suspect? The only thing you'll accept is evidence, isn't it? That's the only acceptable way to counter an agent of Interpol on the scene of the crime. Mr. Edward, do you have some kind of evidence that can prove me innocent? I think I do, because there is one piece of evidence I find to be a bit interesting. I think I need to carefully examine that piece of evidence again. Oh god, it's finally raining. Sorry, I just heard the rain starting and I've been waiting for it to rain for like days. It's been so hot. Thank the Lord. Wait, I need to check the knife. There's a lot of skill detailing on this handle. It would appear that the handle of this knife is removable. I guess so people can change them whenever they feel like it. Sounds like fun, sir. I don't think people will remove the handle just for fun, detective. So this is where they took Mr. Cochin's life. Some of his blood is still on the blade. Whoa, I've been a detective for 7 years already. I've seen a lot of weapons in my days. But knives that were used to kill are always the hardest for me to bear. Yes, unlike guns, this is one weapon where you're likely to find the victim's blood on it. Yeah, just like how this one is practically drenching in it, huh, sir? Despite that, it looks like the blood managed to miss the handle somehow. Is there any way that I can... Like, I don't remember if you could remove these to check the, like the part of the blade that connects to the handle. Maybe not. Like, the main issue here, I guess I can try. It's not like I'm gonna lose much life, sanity, whatever we're calling Edward's life bar. The one thing that is weird here is that the handle is perfectly clean. Like, that is the biggest issue, because that means that it might not be the murder weapon. At least not the handle, which would mean that they change handles at some point, because you also have the set of the Alba's knives on top of the Bavlis knives. I think that's the logic that I'm supposed to be using here.
Objection!
I'm so smart. So the murder weapon was a knife with a butterfly design on it. But is that really the truth? Why are you getting at? I'd like for you to take a look at this. There is blood on the blade, and yet there's not a speck of blood on the handle. This signifies that at the time of the crime, a different handle was attached to this blade. The knife that Kay was holding Sorry, the sneeze. I just had a sneeze, I'm sorry. Had its handle switched and was in fact not the real murder weapon. It wasn't the real murder weapon. Yeah. This knife can be taken apart. Shall we give it a go? As you can see, the Babali's knife has now been disassembled into two parts. The killer must have pulled the murder weapon out of the victim's body and proceeded to swap the knife's original handle with his butterfly one. It was sought to create the illusion that Mr. Cochet was killed with the Butterfly Team knife. This should clear up any and all suspicions surrounding Kay. Your argument isn't airtight yet. How so? It's possible that the girl herself is the one who switched the handles. Don't be ridiculous. For what purpose would she do such a thing? I don't care to know how a criminal thinks. The way they view the world is beyond the comprehension of a normal person like myself. Therefore, I wouldn't put anything past them, no matter how odd it may seem. Heh. The truth is right there in front of you, and this knife will show you the way. You will come to see that Kay is not and could not have been Mr. Cochet's killer. I need to zoom in. And I need to select the flower. What is this mark on here? Is the mark of a flower? I assume you know what this means. No, not really. I'm an idiot, you see. Butterflies rest on flowers all the time to drink their sweet nectar. And so they do. However, would this butterfly really drink the nectar of this flower? The answer is clearly not a chance. Now, to prove the relationship between the butterfly and the flower with this. I mean, it's either the embassy guide or the Terrassus key, but I'm going to assume the embassy guide. You can't be serious. It appears that you made a connection. The flower of this blade, on this blade, is designed after a certain country's national symbol. That's right, the Kingdom of Albast. In other words, this blade is from one of Albast's ornamental knives. This part of the knife handle has Babel's national symbol of the butterfly on it. Therefore, it is undeniably Babelis in origin. But as we both know, you can't kill someone with just a knife handle. Incidentally, when exactly did the murder occur again, Asian Sheena? After the fire had broken out. That's right, Kay entered the Babelis embassy after the fire had taken place. Furthermore, she had not been to the Alabastian side of the building before then. On top of that, not a single person passed between the two countries during the fire, which means that Kay could not have transported an Alabastian object over there. Over here, rather. From there to here. This makes it impossible for her to be the true killer. Well, way to go, Mr. Edward, sir! What a great victory! Hey, why is everybody so quiet? I'm happy with this fire clear Kay's name, but what worries me now is what will happen next. What is the meaning of this? An Alabastian knife here? Do you mean, how did this find its way to the Republic of Babao? It didn't just find its way over. Rather, we should focus on how it was smuggled over. You know what? My brain hurts thinking about it while we're just standing around. Thinking while you're on the run? Now that's the way a real great thief operates. Okay. Thanks a bunch, Mr. Edward, for proving me innocent, I mean. You believe in me the whole time, right? Tell me you did. Not really, but... Haha, come on, you don't have to be shy about it. Your argument is still not airtight. God damn it, Sheena. Will you care to elaborate? I understand now that the girl didn't commit the murder. However, there is still the possibility that she is the Yatarasu. That again? Look, how many times do I have to explain it to you? I am the real Yatagarasu. I'm not like the fake one that goes around setting fires, okay? Whether you're the real deal or a fake, it doesn't really matter. All I have to say is this. I have my suspicions on that this girl is the one who started the fire. Preposterous! On what grounds do you suspect her of such a thing? The fact that she calls herself the Yatagarasu, that in itself is the most elegant proof. Sheena, you just said like 20 minutes ago that a couple of police officers saw a guy in a trench coat start the fire. You can't have it both ways, bitch. Miss Sheena, yes? I have no intention of taking back any of what I've said. I am the great thief Yatagarasu, and I refuse to allow some imposter to claim that name as their own. The path of justice that my father pointed me towards, I will walk it the best I can. It's not good to be so stubborn. I hope you can understand that. Thanks a lot for the concern, Miss Sheena. Let me share something with you too, as a token of my appreciation. Those sunglasses totally do nothing for you, so I'll steal them from you next time, okay? What? Well, I guess we better get going. Going? To where? To the Kingdom of Alabast. If we don't go, we won't know for sure, right? I suppose not. We don't get anywhere simply by standing here thinking. To see where the Alabastian knife came from, we'll have to pay the Alabastian embassy a visit. Let's go, Miles Edward. As you are my subordinate, I will not tolerate you bringing the investigation to a halt. Understood. I'm glad that the mic is not picking the rain because it's pretty strong. I actually should go close the windows. Let's finish the introduction to this next section and I'll go get myself some coffee and I'll also close the windows before everything gets wet. That's what she said. March 14, 7:44 p.m. Theatrum Neutralis lobby. Count off! 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Shifu, 99 Kalos, so all 99 members are most likely here and accounted for, sir. Hey, you. Yeah, you, the second one from my right. Sir, yes, sir. Here, a birthday present for you. A birthday present? Where? Shifu, I didn't know that you knew all of our birthdays. What a kind heart you have. Shifu, you are more of a man than we'll ever be, sir. I'm really sorry, but it's not my birthday. Lang Shi says, a cop who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. That present isn't for you. It's for your younger brother's wife's youngest brother. But your younger brother's wife's younger brother. So his sister-in-law's brother. So his brother-in-law once removed. What the fuck, Lang? Tell him I said hi and happy birthday, won't you? Yes, sir! Shifu, I can't believe you remember that much about each of us. Shifu, I'm so moved that I can't stop crying. I should probably lead them to their alone time. That's what you're calling it, Edward? Alright, meeting's over, everyone. The meeting's over. Everyone, head for your posts. Dismissed! Sir! Yo, were you guys there the whole time? I got a call from Sheena and she's already filming. It sounds like you're out to get in my way again. I have absolutely no intention of interrupting your investigation as long as you don't interrupt mine, bitch. I simply request that you grant me permission to investigate the Albastian embassy. And what if I say no?
Objection!
Agent Lang, this man is my subordinate. As I have received permission from the ambassador, he is to be extended the same rights. Sorry, sis, but it's not that simple. Albas has the strictest immigration regulations in the world, or didn't you know? Even among my elite men, about half of them were admitted into the country. Besides, there are more cooks in the kitchen, and we might spoil the soup, if you get what I mean. Oh, come on, Lang, it's very hard to spoil a soup. How dare you make such assumptions? Don't take this the wrong way, but I thought I was in charge of Albas, Miss Von Karma. Look, I'll try to understand, okay? Things over in Albas are a bit of a mess right now. What do you mean by a bit of a mess? No one told you. We had an incident in Albas as well. This is what we call a decision based on the investigation, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, Wolfie, just let us in already. Is there a problem here, Agent Lang? This motherfucker. Not really, just having a discussion about whether or not let this guy in. Ambassador Alba, I ask that you please allow these people to join the investigation. Having a debate because of my country. I'm terribly sorry for placing you good people in that kind of situation. It is all because I lack the strength to govern well. Please, it is nothing of the sort, Ambassador. You weakling carcass, curse your frailty and your ability to affect change in your country. What are you? The thing is, investigations conducted in my country have been under Agent Lang. And it is my judgment that in order to minimize disruption in the investigation, I should leave everything up to Agent Lang. There, you see? Ah, no way! Ambassador Alba, I ask you please reconsider letting them into Albas. Albas? What's that? My very own secretary has been murdered in the Babalis embassy. And he was apparently caught up in some very shady dealings completely unbeknownst to me. So I asked for your cooperation in our investigation. They aren't much, but I hope they can cover your travel expenses in Babal someday. Alright, I get it. Even if you beg Ambassador Alba, I still have to give the final okay anyway. Alright, you have Mr. Edward, we're in! Not so fast, my little crow girl. You're still a witness in the Babal murder. So I'd like you to please stay in the Republic of Babal. Detective Gumshoe, please take good care, okay, for me. Yes, sir! Sounds good to me. The fewer troublemakers, the better. That guy and his stupid-ass glasses. Hey, Mr. Edward. Yes? So, I wanted to ask for a while now, but that lady over there, is she who I think she is? That's right. I didn't introduce the two of you yet. Franziska von Karma, the prosecutorial prodigy. It's nice to see you again. Ah, I knew it. You're the whip lady. You may address me as Miss von Karma. Miss Von Karma, I leave the investigation of Albas in your hands. Thanks. Rest assured, I will outsmart both the smuggling ring and the Yatarasu. The smuggling ring, huh? Perhaps I should ask Franziska a bit more about them before I head into Albas. And I must forget to thank Ambassador Paleno for all that he has done for me. Okay. Oh god, it's raining really hard. Intermission so I can go close the windows and get myself some coffee. I'll be back in a sec. Okay, extremely sorry for the wait. Everything is safe. There's not gonna be any puddles of water in the house. Time to talk to these bitches. You had made so much progress in your investigation in such a short period of time. It's really amazing. Agent Hicks, whose help I had requested, was cut down before he completed his task. There is no room for further failure in my perfect investigation. In spite of that, I believe you were able to obtain some insight into the ring, correct? It was nothing. I simply made some deductions based on the smuggled item I was following. You mean the Babalise ink? But why are there restrictions on the export of Babalise ink to begin with? That's classified Interpol information. Francisca, as your subordinate, I'm part of your investigation now. So I deserve to know, bitch. Don't you think it would be beneficial if I was as well informed as you? Point taken. Very well, I'll fill you in. Recently, we discovered some very well-made counterfeit bills circulated in Shenfa. Counterfeit bills. Yes, as you may have deduced. The counterfeits are being made with Babal's special Babalise ink. And it's virtually impossible to distinguish bills made with Babalise ink from real ones. Thus, it was only natural for Interpol to keep an eye on the Republic of Babal. That's where this document comes into play, correct? Correct. Mr. Kurchin was smuggling large amounts of Babalise ink. Furthermore, he was charged with running the embassy's printing equipment. That's all the evidence I need to know that he was the head of the smuggling ring. However, there remains one tiny problem. Let me guess, you still have yet to find the counterfeit bills of the smuggled ink. Yes, and while we're listing things, I might as well add the counterfeit plates to the pile. Since we haven't been able to locate any of these items in the Babalise embassy, we're looking into the Albastian embassy next. It doesn't matter where they're hidden, mark my words, I will find them. Delicious money. Ambassador Polano, I am in your debt. No, it's nothing. Because about all I can do for you, I'm afraid. It's all I can do. I only ask that you please bring Manny's killer to justice. I will, Ambassador, on my honor. Wow, you're so sensational. You've really piqued my curiosity. I know they aren't much, but know that I'm giving them to you wholeheartedly. No, that's quite alright. Oh well, how about this then? What? And what exactly is it? It's fountain pen ink. Known as Babalise ink, it's made exclusively in Babal. So this is the Babalise ink. Huh. We make it from wheat crystal oil, which is mined through our mineral mines. Please accept this ink. One dip of your fountain pen in this, and you can write for hours in your organizer. Unfortunate for me, the ink in my pen just happened to have run out. I gladly accept your gracious gift. Wheat crystal? Is that an actual thing? Great, wonderful! I guarantee that I guarantee to you that writing with your ink is an unforgettable experience. And since we don't export it... Wait, you don't export it at all? If you run out, you're always welcome to come and visit our fair nation. Talk about cornering the customer along with the market. Well, shall we get going? What's wrong, Kay? I didn't get permission to enter Albast. So we're going to go gather whatever info we can over on the Babalise side, okay? Alright, I'm counting on you two. Right, and I'm counting on you and Miss Von Karma to sniff out clues in Albast. Oh, and Mr. Edward, if you happen to come across my phony, you let me know, okay? If you tell me, I'll rush on over straight away no matter where you are. I'll let you know when the time comes. Weirdo. March 14, age 17 p.m. Albastian Embassy, Ambassador's Office. Huh? What do you think you're doing to my subordinate? You're... Oh, thank heaven! Oh, thank heaven you're here! I mean, I really pickle you, Lordish. You Lordish. The raven, it appear, poof, and then disappear, swoosh! And though I am the still samurai, my sword... I'm so confused, I don't know what it is anymore! Who is this fruitcake? I am Larry of the House of Butts, married man of Neol Document Lady. Now I remember. This person is one of your friends, isn't he, Miles? Yes, frighteningly enough. He is. Poor Edward. Hey, what's up with that answer? Your best buddy's in a van and you act like it's no big deal. Larry, I'm only friends with you because you're friends with my boyfriend. What sort of vine are we talking about here? The suspect guy. It happens every other game that I get accused of killing someone. Edward, are you not up with the program? I accidentally became the suspect in a murder again. I see. That is quite the vine. Not that we're in the least, not that we're in the least bit surprised. Yes, I pretty much expected this news. It's like the fourth time it happens. From the Istas I saw this unlucky face. Boy oh boy. His name is Larry Butts. I've known him since grade school, and for as long as I've known him, he has been the world's largest source of trouble with a capital T. Hey, what kind of introduction is that? You're so mean, Edgy. If you're not careful, you might find your tiny number of friends go down by one. That was uncalled for. Besides, you're... Wait, hold on. Larry, it was you? You're the one who wrote my Still Samurai autograph? Huh? Oh, you didn't notice, Helge. I even winked at you through my headpiece. What's going on, and why you beat red? Sorry, but could you not speak to me right now? Sorry, am I interrupting your comical yet melodramatic play? I actually thank you that you're interrupting it. He's on his reaction to that. Uh-huh, so this is the incident you mentioned earlier. Mr. Prosecutor, this man, this childhood friend of yours, is our prime suspect. How do you know that he's my childhood friend? Of what, you ask? Of the murder of a man who has snuck into this embassy. Mask the Mask the Second. Mask the Mask the Second? Why did we need a second Mask the Mask? Only Larry could get himself into yet another mess as fine as this. No matter what the facts seem to say, Larry is not the type to commit a murder. Still, it's a rather daunting stroke of misfortune I've struck. I have to prove that Larry Butts is innocent of all wrongdoing. Oh boy. Chifu, we've identified the victim. Good work. I'll take that report now. Agent Lang, would you mind if I took a peek at it as well? What did I tell you earlier, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't get in my way. There's only enough flesh here to feed one wolf, and that one is me. So no, you may not take a peek. But Agent Lang... Detective Buddy's back. Agent Lang... Will you allow an investigator such as myself to take a look? Ah yes, of course. You let the detective see this file. You're Detective Bad! You're the prosecutor, Mr. Edward, right? Fancy meeting you here, Detective. You weren't expecting me. Ever since that day 7 years ago, I chased after the Yatagarasu non-stop. I even pressured Interpol into keeping me in the loop in case a car was ever found. What incredible dedication to the case. Detective Bad knows the Yatagarasu's MO very well, and his passion for the chase hasn't died down in those 7 long years. It's something I can respect. But Detective Bad, I must ask, are you going to make an ally out of this prosecutor? My only goal is to arrest the Yatagarasu. If he can't get to the bottom of this case, then I'm willing to share info with him. I am in your debt, Detective Bad. About the murder of the Mask II, would you be willing to fill me on a few of the details? When the Yatagarasu showed up, Agent Lang and I took ourselves off of guard duty and put ourselves in charge of directing things and this crime scene. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Mask II, he broke into this embassy. Probably to steal some treasure or another. And I suppose he lost his life when he was forced to fight someone else in this room. Why exactly was that man placed under arrest, Detective? That samurai? He was burned looking suspicious, but not for the reasons you suspect, I assure you. As you can plainly see, he is completely harmless. Well, it was just a random guess. It's not like he's actually under arrest. Tonight, here at the Albastian Embassy, Ambassador Alba was to give a commemorative speech. And that's when the Yatagarasu showed. But keep in mind, the Yatagarasu isn't who I'm talking about right now. These seats, for the guests who had been called to sit in them, were empty. A no-show? Who was it that failed to take their seat? The Steel Samurai. Until the speech was to begin, each member of the entire Steel Samurai family was to wait in a separate room. However, for some weird reason, that man was put in a different location than his assigned room at that time. And where was he? He was on the roof with one of his legs down on a chimney. That chimney leads directly into this room. Larry Butts, you really outdone yourself this time. What were you thinking? In any case, I believe it's high time for me to start my investigation. Boy. Well, there are some weapons on display on this wall. A crossbow, and under that, a set of knives wearing a flower motif. They must be the counterparts to the Babalese knives, which means that the blades inside these cupboards should match the blade that was used to kill Mr. Kouchen. I won't rest until I'm inspecting nook and cranny. Knives adorned with flowers are on display here. I suspect that these are the counterparts to the Babalese knives. The blades of these knives should match the blade of the knife that killed Mr. Cohen. Except that one of them has to be like a fake one, or like the butterfly one. What? One of these knives is missing its blade. Okay, that's enough. Let's see if the two pieces, the blade and the handle, fit each other. They do. It would appear that they fit together quite well, almost seamlessly. This means that an Albastian knife did find its way into Babal. But how? How? It's the Steel Samurai's primary weapon, the Samurai Spear. Isn't it awesome? I totally fell for this thing. It's sleek and shiny, just like my heart. It comes at you like whoosh! When you hold it, you just wanna live life like bam! You do well to watch what you say, Larry. Although it is just as Larry says, the spear is quite a symbol of valor. However, speaking of spears, aren't you supposed to use them by thrusting the pointy straight into your opponent? I'm not entirely convinced this spear is up to the task. What's wrong, Andy? You're just staring off into the distance. Oh, I get it. Tell you what, I'll tell the studio to make you one, okay? But this one's mine. Did I say anything about wanting one? Maybe I can shut him up if I show him the piece of evidence that will point something out about this spear. Yeah, but after I do other stuff. Why is there a weapon on display in a place like this? I wonder why there are no whips on displays here. I can spot absolutely no difference between these Primidux statue and Bubbles. The statue's face looks a bit like that costume hero you like so very much. I only wonder why you Americans have such an affinity for this kind of face. The statue wasn't made by an American, you know? At least I don't suppose so. What is that plant supposed to be? Francisca, can't you see that it's supposed to be a likeness of Ambassador Alba? Miles Edward, as a subordinate you have a lot of nerve telling me what to think. I look forward to your salary assessment next month. You are deluding yourself if you think you have any control over that. The counterpart to the Bubbles butterfly is the Albastian flower. The butterfly and flower, they're both lovely things. But can we interpret this to mean that Albast provides honey to Babal? Francisca, can you come up with a more meaningful or profound comment? Very well then, let's hear what sort of profound comment you can come up with. Ahem. Well, flowers cannot survive without the butterflies that spread their pollen, and butterflies cannot live without the nectar that flowers provide. If either one were to disappear from the equation, neither would survive. How was that, Miss Von Karma? Your explanation took so long that I nearly fell asleep. Well, let's continue the investigation. Francisca, why can't you just admit I had something there? Because... the person shaking hands with the Steel Samurai in this picture is Ambassador Alba. It was taken just before the murder. The Steel Samurai must be very popular. They're even using the National Treasure as backdrop. I just don't understand what exactly is so great about Top Knot there. Clearly there is a depth to this show that a young person like you can't fathom. Speaking of young people, aren't young children the target audience of this show of costume actors? It's a fireplace, and by the looks of it, I don't think it's been used recently. Yes, I can't say that I see anything unusual about it. Two gorgeous flowers in full bloom here. I'm sure flowers as lovely as these must have an equally as lovely name. Mouth, Edward, are you done staring? I should hardly think passion flowers are all that rare. Passion flowers? That's a rather unusual name. It was named by priests in the 15th century for the Passion of Christ. As they say, you learn something new every day. Passion flowers. This must be Ambassador Alba's desk. His notebook is open on his desk. He must have been in the middle of some important work. Sapling growth log. It finally sprouted today. Funny, it doesn't look like important work to me. Damn. Let's check the clock first. There was a grandfather clock just like this one earlier in the Bubbles embassy. You know, symmetry is a fine thing, but their interior design really suffers for it. Really, I think this clock actually fits the decor of this room quite well. I suppose the wood does suit the all-natural atmosphere of this room. Its design of the material it's made of strikes a good balance with the plants. Hey, you two, now's not the time to be talking about interior decorating, you know? Hurry up and save me! Be quiet! This is all part of my elite investigation. All you need to do is be quiet and watch. Actually, I do believe Larry has a point for once. There was the exact same statue sitting in the Bubbles office we examined. That's the Primidux statue. It was the national treasure of the Principality of Godopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Albaz and Babal claim to have the real thing. What an incredibly childish fight to have. I won't rest. Suspicious looking cranny. It's a primitive statue. There was one of these on the Babalese side as well. I heard it's very valuable and made of pure gold. It was the national treasure of Godopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Albaz and Babal claim to have the real thing and won't budge from their claim. What an incredibly childish fight to have. It was almost the exact same wall mount for the knives on the Babalese side, but I can't see any of the details from this distance. That's okay, we're just checking around. The counterpart to the Babalese butterfly is the Albazian flower. Okay, this is the same as before. Yeah, that's the same as before. I'm just gonna... yeah, please. Please, it's the same dialogue. Come on. Can we speed it up, please? Look, game, you're gonna make me drink my coffee while the two of them are talking. Good coffee. Very black, just the right amount of sugar. Excellent coffee. Oh. God damn it, I accidentally... That's not the thing that I wanted to press. Okay, now we can check the body. So this is the victim, the mask the second. What is with his gaudy outfit? You don't know about Mask the Mask. A few months ago, this thief caused a lot of havoc on the populace. So this thief is separate from the Atarasu. I thought they were for a while, because their ammo and targets were different. The mask likes high-value trinkets and jewel, and being gaudy is his signature. Kamsha was in charge of that investigation, so he'd know more about the mask. I think that they already apprehended the guy. It's been a while. There was this really weird lawyer in the entire thing involved. Really bright blue suit. Kinda handsome, honestly. I don't know why, but he reminded me of Edward a little bit. I think it was because they were the same age. Weird. That's alright, all I probably hear are tales of his failure anyway. You haven't changed a bit, I see. In any case, let's get started here, shall we? I won't rest until I extract every suspicious... Luke and Granny. So this is the murder weapon in this case. There's blood on the blade. It's a rather sweeping sword, isn't it? What did you expect? It's still Samurai Daddy's secondary weapon. I only call it his secondary because although he uses his sword in most of his battles, it's his trusty samurai spear that he turns it to in a real fight. You sure know quite a bit about the Steel Samurai. That's only because I saw the stage show earlier. The owner of this sword is a Steel Samurai, or in other words, Larry. I should probably ask him about it, as detrimental as it is to proving him innocent. I suppose this was a wrapping cloth from the Mask II used to carry his stolen good. But there's nothing wrapped in it now. I guess he never did manage to get his hands on whatever it was he was to steal. I thought that the mask had quit the business. This guy, he's just a copycat using the name. A funny successor. He's just another petty thief. His real identity is an out-of-work guy by the name of Kashino. He's 29 and wanted on larceny charges. Larceny, rather. I can't read. The person in charge of reading can't read it, but you're gonna have to get used to that. From his clothes and what he was carrying, we determine that this guy is the real Damask II. The cause of death appears to be the loss of blood from the back of his head. It seems that he was struck with something very hard. In other words, he was bludgeoned to death. There is not a single shred of fashion sense in the mask's costume. Well, at least I can appreciate the great effort that he must have put into making it. You two don't know. You can buy this costume almost anywhere now. It's being sold? Since when? Since around New Year's. The streets are practically flooded with them. Turns out the mask is a lot more popular than I thought he'd be. I can't believe that foolish fool would dress in fool's clothing to act foolishly. We got your point about 3 foolish S back, Francisca. Let's see, is there anything else on the body itself? Doesn't seem like it. Except for, obviously, the little note here. What is he holding? It looks like a piece of paper from a notepad. It would appear that directions on how to reach this room were written by hand. There is something written on the back as well. I'd like you to steal the Primidex statue in this room. What is that supposed to mean? Who writes a note to themselves like that? If I had to guess from the text, I would say that this is actually a request from someone about what to steal. Who is the person that requested the theft of the Primidex statue? I think that's everything on the body. Larry! Larry, there are a few things I need to ask you about. Hey, how about that? I got a few things I gotta ask you too! What is it? It's like, but you and him. Are you gonna get married anytime soon? I know that Japanifonia hasn't done it legally yet, like it's not legal yet, but are you gonna marry? Are you two gonna marry? I wanna be the best man for the wedding. Larry, you can't. You're not gonna be the best man because you can't be on both sides at the same time. I can be the double best man. Larry, no. How is it that the two of you always manage to have some cute or hot girl by your side, also? Well, Larry, we're gay. That's how it works. If you're gay, you attract attractive women who, for some reason, pay you attention, but you don't care about it. Also, this is literally my sister. Larry, this is literally my adopted sister. Well, technically, I was the adopted one, but she's kind of my adopted sister. Francie, what about that promise you made to me? Promise? What promise? The one that you did to me in the second game. The one where you said you would model for my next book, Francie Whippity Whip Trip. Oh wait, no, that's the third game. Meow! I made no such promise! Ever since grade school, we had a certain saying about Laurie. When something smells, it's usually the butts. One needs to look no further than this man to find the king of troublemakers. As I recall, aren't you calling yourself Loris Donim now? That's the Donim. Loris Duxnim. Duxnim. Get that straight in your head, Edgy. Now I remember. You're that rude pale imitation of a real artist. No, you got it all wrong. I gave up on that whole Loris business. Besides, when Banjolina left me and my heart in pieces, that's when Mindy walked into my life. She's been so good to me that I wanted to help her in some way. And I figured I could through this Steel Samurai outfit. Your inane blathering makes less and less sense each time we meet. I believe he's saying that he picked up this part-time job as a Steel Samurai so that he may attempt to capture the heart of the actress who plays the Pink Princess. Apparently. Wait, so that means, like, I was under the impression this game happened, like, between the, like, it's, like, between game 1 and game 2? But actually, it's past game 3. Because, like, the entire thing with Loris, like, that the entire Loris thing, that's from the 3rd game. So this has to be, like, post-ending of Trials and Tribulations. You got it! I knew you'd know what I meant, Edgy. Not really. It's not so much as I understood, but a simple deduction based on your usual modus operandi, Larry. Larry, I'd like you to confess right now to everything you did tonight. Confess? Hey, don't tell me you suspect me too. Nonsense. I don't believe you have the mental acuity needed to plan and execute a murder. However, we're all talking about you here, so I find it hard to believe that nothing happened. For past experience has taught me that you are always at the center of some insane event. Gee, how can you be so mean, stabbing me with your words like that? Unfortunately, I don't have the time to search out a key to unlock your heart this time. So I suggest that you cooperate and tell me what you know. I can't believe that he references the Magatama situation. Like, that's literally just like, ah man, I can't go as Phoenix for the Magatama. I'm dealing with this shit. Really no time to contact my boyfriend today. Okay, I get it. Just stop Francie from whipping me from behind. So I guess you know what I did, right, Edgy? I can't even begin to imagine. However, I imagine that whatever you were up to was probably beyond my imagination. So will you tell me what exactly you did, Larry? Nope, not yet, Edgy. It'll take more than that to loosen my lips. More! Confess now. Okay, well, I was up on the roof. And why exactly were you up there? You know, that wintry costume and the legendary hero. Legendary? Hero? Santa Claus! Santa Claus. I wanted to do the thing he does, so I climbed up to one of the chimneys. But when I got there was smoke pouring out of the chimney. And... well, I couldn't go down the chimney with smoke coming up, right? So I gave up. Larry, you don't realize that Santa Claus does not exist. You don't realize that Santa Claus does not exist, right? Papa Noel, on the other hand, that one is real. Of course I know. I didn't graduate from junior high, you know? Then you should also understand this. If Santa was real, he would be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history. Ah, God! It is your attempt to imitate Santa that has landed you as a prime suspect in this murder. Come on, man. What's so wrong with pretending to be Santa? Let's start with the fact that it will be the 8th of March in a matter of hours. Santa only visits homes on December 24th. That's in December, you nitwit! No! Hey, wait a second. We're not in court. Larry, what the fuck? Larry, about the samurai sword that was used as a murder weapon. Ah, that. Well, I shook hands with the ambassador in this room, you know? Yes, apparently you did. And, well, I totally forgot about it and left it behind when I left afterwards. You wanna talk about shock? I was the most shocked of all when I heard it kill someone. Shocked! Foolish fool looking especially foolish for foolishly stating such a foolish excuse. You forgot to take something that big with you. Who would believe such a tale? Hold it! Sorry, Miss Von Karma, but I believe him. Because if anyone could forget something like that, it would be Larry. And you believe me? I just knew that our friendship is something special. Larry, I want to remind you that I only deal with your shit. Because you're friends with my boyfriend also. Anyway, even if Larry had simply forgotten the sword and left it behind, that in no way clears his name, which means that I will have to prove his innocence from a different angle. I don't think I have anything to do with you yet. Oh wait, I did talk with Bad. No matter how hard you try, you'll never be a necessity in Urshifu's investigation. Is that a fact? But no matter how good he is bound to overlook something. If you insult Urshifu, then prepare to be punished. Oh, and how exactly will you punish us? Every investigator under Shifu's command will work to disrupt your investigation. Vindictive much? Lang? You did some investigating over the Babyliss embassy too, right? I did. Is there a problem? Lang Shi says, a wolf who aims to hunt for 2 rabbits at once. I believe the idiom you require is, he who runs after 2 hares will catch neither. Huh, a real wolf can catch both. I see, so what are you trying to say, seeing as how I am currently handling 2 cases? Huh, suit yourself. But don't say I didn't warn you. Okay. Let's see, what do I have on my, just a smoke. Okay, so it has to be here, I think. Like... the spear. Like, what's the issue with this? Like... what can I present? I guess a sword would be the most reasonable thing to present. The condition of this here is related to this piece of evidence. I don't see how they're related in any way. Well, Francisca, this is not like you at all. Don't tell me you don't understand the meaning behind this piece of evidence. Well, I don't. I suppose I have no choice then. I'll just have to explain to you from the beginning. What you should be doing from the very beginning is admitting your mistake. Yeah, it's alright, Romy. Okay, but it is the, it is the spear. Like, there is an issue with the spear, I think. Well, that and this... I didn't use the knives. Like, the knives I just did. So... let me think. Like, let me check the evidence. Because there is something with the spear. I do remember that much. Not the embassy thing. Oh, the autograph maybe? Maybe the autograph? I mean, it does show that the spear is in proper condition for the autograph. So I guess that would be the what photo? Of the handshake? Yeah. The thing is that the photo does, like, this photo is important for later. I do remember that much. And the spear is not shown in the photo. But Edward does point out the spear situation. But the only thing that I have of reference of the spear not being broken is a drawing that that Larry gave me. So it has to be this one. Larry, about this spear. Oh, are you feeling it? Bam! I thought there was something strange about this spear. Tell me, Larry, is it just me or is the spear a bit bent? What? No way, it's exactly as it should be, yo! I have here the autograph you wrote for me earlier. Now take a good look at this, which you drew with your own hands. You can see that the spear is clearly of a different shape. What do you have to say to that? Oh, Joey! When I hold a spear in my hands, all of a sudden I feel super powerful. And then during practice, I was spinning around and around. And bam, it hit the wall. You unbelievable, this is an embassy! But I've always been like that, ever since I was a kid. One time on an overnight field trip, I brought a fake sword and played with it late at night. I'm just a useless hot-blooded man! Larry, clarify that for me, will you? Okay, so it was on field trip and I began to shadow fight with myself. Not that! I meant what you said earlier about spinning the spear and hitting the wall. That. It's no biggie. It's not like I left a hole or anything. That's not why I'm asking, Larry. The samurai spear is made of metal. Somehow, I somehow doubt that a move as simple as spinning it around would cause it to bend. Man, Eddie, you're so naive. What? Where did that come from? Well, you keep calling it a samurai spear. But it's not real. You can't really fight someone with it. Because it's hollow on the inside. You could hit it against practically anything and it would bend. Is that so? Don't tell me you thought it was real. Oh, but don't take it the wrong way. I just think that part of your personality is cute. Larry, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to find you, and I'm going to kill you. It is the one murder that I will commit by myself, Larry. You do not have a right to call me Moe. You do not. I see. Your friendship truly is something special, Miles Edward. That's not friendship, it's utter humiliation. Okay. Getting cooked by Larry, I kill myself. See, I think that that's a little too extreme. Just kill Larry, and no one will ever know. Like, why would you kill yourself when you can just kill Larry? Kill him, hide the body, no one will ever know. Hey, that's an official Steel Samurai weapon. What? You want me to do it? Oh, you have no idea how many fast acts out of me. What are you prattling on about now? Steel Samurai Sushi Slash! How was that? I bet it sends shivers up your spine. I let myself get caught up in an expectator. How could I have failed myself? Damn. Wait, I have nothing. Yeah. Okay, it's the same here. Let's see. I'll check the evidence. That's just the stuff. Oh, okay, it changed. I thought it didn't change. There's a striking flower ornament on the handle of this knife. Compared to the Babyliss knife handle, this larger one gives Albaz more presence. The handle of this knife was made to be removable. The killer tried to make this look like a Babyliss knife by switching the two handles. Which means that there must be some reason behind that action. There's quite a bit of Mr. Cochan's blood on this blade. Thanks to being a prosecutor, I guess I have become accustomed to seeing blood. Okay, so that's checked. Okay, yeah, made to open the safe. The Babyliss Embassy Secretary's office. And while the blade looks like a simple knife at first glance, when viewed head-on, it's actually the same shape as the second keyhole in the safe. He was stolen by the Rust 7 years ago from the Cadopian embassy. We suggest that this was made while Cadopia still existed as a country. So the papers. I found out with a butterfly in it. I wonder where the blade that these should be attached to is. Okay, there it is. I do need to check. Wait, no, because like we found one that just was empty, so what am I missing? Talk to everyone, unless I want to ask something out of bad, but what do I have that would be like? But I'm trying to think. Like, what am I missing here? Oh wait, I can't deduce on here. Like, usually if you deduce it's because there's something that I have to do, but... Photo, maybe? Eureka! Look at this photo and tell me what you find out about this scene, Miss Von Karma. The apparent joy on the ambassador's face as he shakes that top-notch hand. That's not it. I was trying to point out that the statue in the photo is facing in a different way. Oh, I had... Oh, yeah, because I had the... Oh, I'm an idiot. I didn't notice. It is actually moved. Like, it's in front of the knife, and in the photo, it's by the side. Like, it's looking at the side rather than at the front. You're right. This statue is a national treasure. As such, only an ambassador or a secretariat-level person is allowed to handle it. The fact that the statue is facing one way in this photo, and now it's facing a different direction in this preserved crime scene, is proof that someone touched this statue around the time of the crime. Well, that's important. I guess that's about wraps up my investigation. That's... Yo, Pink Princess, how are you feeling? Still feeling ill? Oh boy. I know exactly who's under that mask. And yet another strange character comes out of the woodwork. And so the Pink Princess also comes to pay the Albastian embassy a visit. I believe I may need to speak with her as well. Miss Pink Princess, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Oh boy. Miss Pink Princess, if you would please... Ha! This must be what they call fate. How could this happen 2 days in a row? Aren't you Miss Olbak? Why are you so surprised? Ah, so you're the one that got to play the Steel Samurai. It's still bad I didn't realize until now. You are acquaintances with Larry? Why, yes, we work at the same company for a little while, you know. That's why it's okay, my people, you don't need to be jealous. I was in the next room, you know, trying to get in some beauty sleep. But it was so noisy here that I couldn't fall asleep, so I came over to complain. So I imagined my shock when I saw my precious Edipo waiting for me here. I mean, who could have imagined that you would ever come to a show like this? I guess I misjudged you, Edipo. You misjudged him? I thought he was trying to avoid me, you know. That was no judgment on your part. That's precisely what I was trying to do. But it looks like the winds have shifted and he's now willing to be chased after. I'm simply overwhelmed. Don't you worry, Ectipoo. I chase you for forever, to the ends of the earth. Isn't that just peachy? This is one of those rare times when Francisca and I actually see eye to eye. Now then, what are you doing here? I thought you were working at Gatewater Land as the Pig Badger. What are you talking about? That was ages ago. That was yesterday. Look, I worked at Double Studios before, a long time ago, right? And they called me up this morning, kind of out of the blue, actually. They called you? Apparently the girl who plays the Brain Princess collapsed from a bad cold. It happened so suddenly, so they called me in to be her last-minute replacement. Do they not have enough people on staff at that studio? No, they don't, Edward. I really couldn't say no, so here I am, playing the role of the herring. Instead of that Mindy girl, I mean. But the poor girl, I feel bad for her. Because they let me stand in for her, she's going to have a terrible time when she returns. Oh, god damn it, she's Sergeant. You're a rather lively old lady. So, basically, you received a stand-in request this morning, correct? You got it. If you need to see it, I got it right here. Look. It appears that she is telling the truth. I tell you, my fine acting moved the entire audience to tears. Yes, tears of laughter, as I recall. But being famous has its problems too, you know? Here, take a look at this. It's a letter from a stalker. I was just taking my break when I finally stuck under the door to my room. Mindy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving night. This is the worst, like, I know I say that my handwriting is shit, but like, this is terrible handwriting, because that is clearly Mindy and not Wendy, but they did an excellent job at making it look like it says Wendy, and for that you need to have really shitty handwriting. Honestly, you really have to watch out for these kinds of things. Look at what it says. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving night. How absolutely revolting. I mean, you'd think he could get my name right. There's no accent in my name. Wait, this horrible handwriting. Where have I seen this before? Ah, but now that you're here, Ectipoo, I feel 100% safe. Where do I factor into this? You'd bust that evil soccer man for my sake, wouldn't you, Ectipoo? No, that's the kind of thing that my boyfriend does. Well, if you allow me the liberty to handle this in my own way, I'll gladly dispatch a detective to your house later. Ah, come on, Ectipoo, just stop messing, stop being so dismissive and playing hard to get. Mom, I'm gay. What were you doing at the time of the crime? What crime? What? After the show was over, I had nothing but free time on my hands. So I used the fireplace in the room next door to keep my bad hip warm. Well, well, well. Well, a murder occurred in the room right next to yours. Is that right? Oh, you poo, I'm so scared. Hold me, caress me. If you could please not cling on to my personage. In any case, I take it then that you failed to show up at Ambassador Alba's speech. Oh, that? No, I didn't go. I mean, I may have the heart of a young, tender maiden, but my body just refuses to cooperate at times. As soon as the show ended, my hip started acting up and got stiff. I couldn't move at all. Can you provide proof of your condition? You just go ahead and ask the doctors in the infirmary. They're the ones who carried me from the theater all the way to this embassy. I have to admit, the thought of her not being able to leave that room is rather pleasant. Puppy! Prosecutor Von Karma, I brought the police dog as you requested, sir. Good work. You may leave now, officer. This dog. I request the assistance of a dog in our search for the Yatarasu. Looks like you guys have some pretty bright dogs in this country too. I love dog. Hey, you're a real cutie, aren't you? Yeah, that's a good boy. That's the police dog Gumshoe's been taken care of. I think his name is Missile. What a fitting name for a police dog that dashes out in front and attacks. That action alone isn't exactly what's going to solve this case for us, you know? Now, Missile, I want you to find some clues. Go! Dog. Good dog. You really are quite bright, aren't you? Unlike a certain someone I know. Now, what do we have here? Is this? It looks like a small hot dog, but... wait, Francisca, isn't that an official samurai dog? Ah, no! Bad Masao! He ate it. I wonder if it's alright for him to eat that. It's just a meat substance snack featuring the Steel Samurai. I'm sure he'll be fine. As long as it doesn't have onions, or peanuts, or chocolate. That's quite a bit of information you gathered there in a single quick glance. We should really be focusing on why there was a samurai dog in there in the first place. It looks like that snack was an old Missile found. Oh, and what do we have here? It appears to be a lady's undershirt. I wonder if Ambassador Alba might have an interest in cross-dressing. I somehow doubt that. It doesn't look like the shirt will even fit him. Samurai dog and a lady's undershirt. What are these two items doing in a room like this? Given the circumstances, the lady's undershirt could only belong to one person. I suppose I should get this over with and ask the owner of said undershirt about it. We are so fucked. But first... Connection! There's no trace of this room's fireplace being used. And your point is... smoke was supposedly pouring out of the chimney connected to this fireplace. At least according to Larry. This is a contradiction of facts, is it not? Are you sure he wasn't just disoriented or something up on that roof? There is testimony from an investigator that puts Larry at this particular chimney. So no, I don't think it was a mistaken impression on Larry's part. On the other hand, the fireplace in the next room was being used at the time. Where do you suppose the smoke from that fireplace went? Ah, I see. So what you are proposing is this. The smoke that came out of the chimney was actually from Miss Oldback's fire. So basically the fireplaces of neighboring rooms share one chimney. Is that what you're implying? Yes. Precisely. That's gonna be important for later. Oh, wait a minute. Wrong button. Why is Edward's life suffering? If you could please take a look at this round color undershirt. Ah, Edipu, what is the meaning of this? What? Why did you steal that thing from my bags? All you had to do was ask and I would have gladly given you as many as you liked. No thanks, but no thanks. This shirt was found here at this crime scene. Come on, come now. Why don't you just confess and explain what it's doing here? I know nothing, nothing I tell you. What? I admit that I used the fireplace to dry that shirt, but I can't really help the fact that I had to, you know? Wearing that previous episode was like being in a sauna. And on top of that, I get fingered as a suspect. You're too cruel, Ejipu. Why do you have to use the word fingered? Why do you have to use the word fingered to describe the situation? Are you claiming that you never once set foot inside this room? Of course I am. If I had been the one to find the body, do you think it'd be as calm and relaxed as I am? I tell you... Let me just read it again. Man, I can't believe that she actually got proposed once. Well, I don't believe she's lying about her actions. So I can safely assume that she really was drying her shirt by the fireplace on her break. And somehow the undershirt managed to move from the next room into this one. I assume the samurai dog was also yours. Ah, that brilliant mind of yours. You really can see through everything about me. So the feeling of dread continues, but I suppose I should ask for more details. That samurai dog was yours, wasn't it? Ah, of course, I forever use my wagey poo. If you could just stick to what I ask you! Edgy, are you and Miss Oldbag? Lori, I'm fucking gay! No! You really don't change, do you? When will you learn how to take a joke? Anyway, the samurai dog wasn't mine. Those things are a present from the studio to the embassy. A present? The studio bigwigs basically told us to play the liver boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs up to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all into the pushcart just to move them all. Those studio guys should have delivered those things by themselves, right, AG? So did you deliver the samurai dogs to the embassy staff as per your instructions? Hey, Eddie, don't just ignore me and my question. Aren't you going to stick up for me? About that, see, after the show, I went to rest a spell in the dressing room. Because of my bad hip, you know. And there they were. The samurai dogs were just sitting on the dressing room floor. I suppose you had to make preparations for distributing them after the show. Well, if by preparation you mean sampling them as well. Excuse me? I tried one. I thought they were actually quite good. Sorry, but I just had to find out. I know it was silly of me to think this, but I feel that since they're for a kids show, their taste was probably for kids too. But they were so good that I couldn't stop. Before I went back to my room, I just had to help myself to half a dozen or so boxes. As I sat there by the roaring fire, warming them and eating them, I thought, this is my honest reaction to that. What is it now? I know, I bet you want a box too, don't you, my baby poo? Well, who I am to say no to you? I'll only give you one, the rest are for me. Well, free hot dog, I guess. Looks like the lesson for today is that when the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess take off their masks, they transform into a pair of annoying troublemakers. Connection. Coffee. God, my throat is gonna be so fucked up later. The lady's undershit that Misa found. Why are you getting all excited over holding onto a lady's undergarment? Miles Edward, you uncouth Sith lug! Francisco, what the fuck, I'm gay! If you know the owner of said undershit, then hurry up and return it to her already. You have it all wrong, this is evidence! And the owner of this piece of evidence was in the room next door. And yet, despite that, Misa found it in the fireplace of this room. This lady's undershirt. Are you seriously claiming that it somehow passed through a solid brick wall? Not quite. The fireplace in this room is connected to a chimney. The other fireplace in the other room is also connected to the same chimney, leading us to the possibility that the two fireplaces are just connected to each other outright. Perhaps a closer look at the back of the fireplace is in order. There is an X on the back wall of the fireplace. Let's see if I can get a better look at it. What in the... The wall separating the room's fireplace from the next room's fireplace apparently turns. As I suspected, this fireplace does indeed connect this room to the neighboring room. The neighboring room. There appears to be nothing particular about the next room. But the fact that there is nothing special about the next room isn't what's important. It's the fact that there is a secret passage through this room's fireplace. We now know that the fireplace connects the two rooms. But how exactly is that significant? You aren't going to suddenly name the old lady as the Max II's killer now, are you? No, she couldn't move at all because of her stiff hip. So she couldn't have been, she could not have been the one. Unfortunately, I believe that this fireplace has nothing whatsoever to do with the Mask II's murder. Yay! It would appear that the answer has made itself known. You're making quite a confident face there, Mr. Prosecutor. Bring it on, I'm ready to counter any argument you may have. Oh god, really, my dude? Come on. Very well then, if you are prepared. I'll show you exactly where my deductions have led me. Good, I'm counting on you, Edgy. Leave it to me, Larry. It's not like it's the first fucking time you get accused of murder. Piece of shit. You better not get accused of murder during the wedding. I swear to god, if me and Phoenix get married and you get accused of murder during the wedding, I'm going to lose my fucking mind, Larry. For God's sake. My first attack will be to expose your life for what it really is. I know that there is still something you are keeping from the rest of us. What's wrong with you? Why is it you that you won't believe me no matter what I say, Edgy? Curse you! I should just hurry up and die already if that's what it's going to be. I'll confess to every murder in the whole world and then kill myself. Throw everything into mass confusion. Confusion. You made some wonderful friends as a child, I see. Larry, I only have one thing to say to you. And one thing alone. Even if you make that face at me, it's no use. A man who is ready to die is strong-willed, you know. Larry, it doesn't matter what sort of harebrained trouble you've caused. I only ask that you do not lie to me. Yeah, I can't do that. If you cause an innocent person to be judged unfairly because of some insipid lie, I will never forgive you. Although, allow me to say that I consider you to be amongst the innocent in this case, and that I will draw the real killer out. You can trust me on this. Alright, this time I'll tell you the whole truth, okay? What happened, what didn't happen, the works. Just what happened will do. Now then, if you would please testify as to what you did up on the roof tonight. That's the expression they gave him, Jesus Christ. I fucking hate this guy. After the show, I left the pushcart in the rose garden and came into the embassy. Then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. After that, and until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted a chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know. So then I wanted to play Santa, decided to give it a try. Larry, I thought I just finished telling you not to lie anymore. But it's kinda ultra embarrassing. And what exactly is so ultra embarrassing that you can't tell me? Edgy man, I just said it was embarrassing, so of course I can't just blurt it out. So you're just gonna have to reason with it out at me. As your superior, I command you to hurry up and expose this man's lie. I have every intention to, for I'm not about to let us waste time on such a trifling matter. I'm pretty sure that I can just present the note immediately. I don't think that I have to, because sometimes you do have to press first and then actually present the evidence. I think that I can just literally just present the evidence this time. Objection! Are you fucking kidding me? I can't. I don't want to agree with you on everything, but in this case, there's no contradiction. God fucking damn it, Francisca! I must be way off with this two-are in agreement. Although it seems as though I had him, it appears that I was the one who was had. Okay, fine, I'll press it first.
Hold it!
You suddenly wanted to play Santa. Oh, well, actually, I dressed up as Santa once before already, like in the first game. Do you remember that? It was during your case, when you got accused of killing a guy, and then we found out that Manfred von Karma killed your dad. Do you remember? Hey, Eddie, would you remember that? Would you remember one of the most traumatic moments of your life? That was out at Gold Lake. I appreciate it if you wouldn't dredge up such unnecessary memories for me. Sounds like you guys share a lot of history. A perk to being childhood friends, huh? Besides, it's not a felony to dress up and play Santa, you know? Santa doesn't go around killing people after he comes down a family's chimney, after all. Unless it's a horror movie. Actually, it is worth delving into whether or not playing Santa is a big deal. Actually, I believe in the case of this man, playing Santa is actually quite a big deal. Are you saying that your body isn't exactly made of Santa quality stuff? Precisely, you hit the nail on the head, Angel Lang. Hey, Eddie, that's so incredibly mean. Tell me something, Larry. Do you know that Santa's job is to deliver presents to people all over the world? Of course I know that. I did graduate from junior high, you know. In that case, it's your turn to tell me something. I want you to tell me to whom you were delivering a present to. I was delivering the present to a child not basking in the warm glow of love.
Objection!
That must be the most elegant description of you I've ever heard, but a lie is still a lie. You sure know how to kick a guy when he's down, you know that? In any case, the person who you wish to deliver a present onto was most certainly this. Well, technically...
Take that!
Hey, interesting taste you have there, Mr. Suspect. The dog spread light about me. I totally didn't want to see Miss Olbach so much that I tried to go down a chimney. Ow! I advise you to stop right there in your bashing of a lady. Well, I must admit that I myself hardly ever have the one to run into that lady. However, what if you were misinformed and under the wrong impression? Then what? Define a wrong impression. I simply mean that the man before you thought to enter the old lady's room without knowing one very important fact. And that fact is some with this. Now I can play the note.
Take that!
Wait, what do you mean? Oh, I had to present her fucking contract, don't I? Ah, piece of shit. And then you bully... Larry, you're bullyable, okay? Damn. Some people never change, even if their attitude do change at the whim of woman. God, just move along. I made a mistake. Although it makes sense that you could present the fucking note, if you ask me. Don't worry, Edward. I know which one it was. I made a mistake. Where is it? There it is, the standing request. This is something the old lady received from her employer for the night. The girl who normally plays the Pink Princess, Mindy, was it again? It seems that this man is quite taken with the actress. Well, that's not true, Edgy. She's the one with the hots for me. I just know it. I can feel her sexy beam piece in my heart when she's watching me. Sexy beam, you filthy, despicable, inconsiderate, fickle, idiot, cowardly apparition of a man. You haven't matured at all since we last met. Well, it's Francie, Francisca, it's Larry. What were you fucking expecting? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes? This guy, he's got bigger problems than just getting involved in murders, I take it. I suppose you could put it that way. Hey, what the heck, man? I don't get you guys at all. Why do you all have to make me out to be some sort of bad guy? To return to the original topic, I propose that at least this much has been made clear. Without any knowledge that Miss Mindy had fallen ill, Larry tried to make his way into the Pink Princess's room. That much we know for sure. Gee, looks like I got the hang of this core thing now. But we're not in court at the moment. Also, I would hope that you did, considering you've been accused of murder 4 times already. Shut up! I see what's going on here, and it looks just like what you do in court. I guess old boy here still has something he'd like to say. Lang Shi says, until the root of the tongue dries, one never knows the whole truth. You shouldn't form conclusions until everything is out in the open, which is why I listened. Alright, then get ready to listen to me defeat Edgy in a battle of wits. Larry, have you forgotten that should I lose, your victory prize will be your arrest? Are you that much of an idiot? Yes, he is. Larry's assertion. He's asserting himself, alright? So you think that all I wanted to do was to go visit Mindy? Well, I dressed up to Santa and climbed up to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech. Then, to top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what you really meant. But why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose? Their honest reaction to that. Hey, someone say something! Larry, are you seriously trying to submit this, not as a confession, but as a testimony? So what if I am? Is there something wrong with that? My claim is a claim claiming my claim. Do you have a problem with that? It was you. You're my stalker. But I should warn you, it doesn't matter what kind of flattery you throw at me. I'm the devoted type of woman who's solid. Oh god, fucking damn it, she started again. I fucking hate this. I'm so inspired. You're such an inconsiderate, cowardly, idiotic, and all-around completely worthless man. I thought I heard something ominous just now, but perhaps it was just my imagination. I believe there is nothing further for me to prove at this point. What do you mean? Of course you still got something to prove. You still have to show some proof that I was trying to meet up with Mindy. Proof, you say? Remember, Edgy, everything is evidence in court, right? You mean evidence is everything in court, Larry, but I understand... Isn't that what he just said? Everything is evidence is everything. Oh, I'm an idiot. Evidence is everything in court, Larry, but I understand your point. Yeah, see, I'm totally abroad now. Very well. Whenever you wish to see the evidence, then let me show you the last piece of evidence you'll ever wish to see. Well...
Objection!
Larry, don't even think about denying that you have knowledge of this letter. Hey, why are you showing that thing to me? Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving knight. Well, isn't that just romantic? But you weren't able to descend on her from above, were you, Mr. Loving Knight? I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't remember a thing.
Objection!
You can't pretend to be ignorant all you'd like, but it's written right here. Here, on the goddamn letter. This letter proves that you were not out to meet the old lady, but rather that you were attempting to pay Miss Mindy a visit. Well, obviously, the name is just really badly written.
Take that!
Larry, I suggest you take up penmanship lessons. That is, if you never wish to experience this level of embarrassment ever again. What the heck? What are you talking about? Speak English! You wrote Mindy so sloppily that it became Wendy to the average eye. Hey, stop picking on me. It's so embarrassing! There. Isn't that what childhood friends are for? They're the best, aren't they? For punching. But that will have to wait until we're off of this crime scene. Hey, save me from the scary man! Sure, if you're willing to make amends, starting with your incredibly embarrassing mistakes. That wasn't me! Come again? It's a fake! Someone else to get me! So they made that fake letter to set me up! Accept your defeat graciously. But you mean to me?
Hold it!
Penmanship analysis.
What's that?
No matter who, all people have certain unique features to their handwriting. Ergo, all we have to do is compare the handwriting in this letter to a sample of yours. And we'll know soon enough who it was that sent this letter. I'll never write another thing in my life.
Hold it!
It's no use, Mr. Loving Knife. For you've already graciously provided me with a sample of your handwriting. He's so stupid.
Take that!
This autograph and our mysterious letter, if we compare the handwriting, we'll know the answer to our questions soon enough. Yeah. Confess now, Larry, to your miserable failure. I am so weak. It was me causing trouble again. I admit it. You hit the nail right in the head, Eddie. So he finally confesses. I saw the Pink Princess being carried out running a stretch and not good warrior, alright? I mean, that's fair. I wanted to go into me in this room, but the doctors wouldn't let me in. So what choice did I have? It was a chimney or buzz, Edgy. Your mind just jumped from the door to the chimney. What a criminally overactive imagination. Well, at least I was honest and wrote me a letter and stuck it under the floor. That way she wouldn't be so sure when I came down through the chimney. Except for the fact that the letter was another failure at conveying sense sentiment. I'm really sorry. Larry, you may be a shameful good for nothing blight on the face of humanity. I'm sorry, that's just such a thing to call another person. You might be a shameful good for nothing blight on the face of humanity. That's heavy. However, I always knew you weren't the killer. I told you to trust me, because at the very least, I can attest to that about you. You're... We've lost all our valuable time because of you! Ow! In any case, I believe we can say that we now know exactly what happened. Mr. Larry was sought to climb down the chimney, not for access to the crime scene, but to enter the room of the elderly lady next door. Great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Although I still find it a bit unbelievable that the two of you are friends. We're not friends because I want to be friends with him, I'll be honest. And also I'm partially friends with him because my boyfriend is friends with him. Do I look like I've chosen this? Lang, look at my face. Look at my fucking face, Lang. Do I look like I choose to be in this situation? Does it look like I would choose this? No, it fucking doesn't. Lang. But the suspicion on the guy over there isn't completely resolved yet, so don't get any funny ideas about running off, okay? Edgy, what does the Wolfman mean when he says I'm not off the hook yet? He means the murder weapon. Larry, did you forget? There are 2 layers of suspicion hanging over your head. That's exactly what I mean. We can't only rely on the words of the suspect after all. We may have figured out where he was and what he was doing all night. But the bloodstained samurai sword that was left at the crime scene, as long as there is no satisfactory explanation for that, this wolf will refuse to ease up on his bite. Eddie, that guy, he looks like he's serious about to take a bite out of me. I'm well aware, and you should be as well, that this upcoming battle will be crucial. Thanks to the cooperation of our lovely Bumbler, I've been dealt a very nice hand and a sweet trump card. Looks like we're about to enter the final bout. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's see what you've got. I can easily point out the contradiction in the supposed murder weapon, but the real problem for me is figuring out what the real murder weapon is. This will be a high-stakes gamble. But not a prosecutor's gamble, that is the second investigation claim. I'm not even joking, that's a subtitle. But this is one game I can't afford to lose. God damn it, Lang. Oh boy. I was the one who found the body of the victim, the masked second. Besides him was the samurai sword, glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. It was supposed to be in the Steel Samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Plus, I found the murder weapon's owner, the suspect Larry, was in here too. Isn't that a bit far-fetched to accuse someone simply on the basis of ownership? But this owner wanted to sneak in onto the crime scene. I think that's plenty to go on, don't you?
Hold it!
If you're alluding to his reason for being by the chimney, we've already established that.
Not so fast!
Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. You two are longtime friends, right? Who's to say you didn't fabricate the evidence to give him an alibi? You're accusing me of fabricating evidence? You think I can't believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all you prosecutors do. This man has some serious issues with prosecutors. Come on! I can't think of something as complicated as that, right, Edgy? Larry, I can agree because I know you and your personality well, and the fact that you're a fucking idiot and you were a murder suspect in like 4 cases already. However, Agent Lang knows nothing about you, or me for that matter. I'll sense his hatred for my entire profession emanating from his entire being. Meaning that the only way I can prove Larry's innocence is to present irrefutable evidence. Boy, oh boy. Okay, let's press and check if he brings something up. So you were the first to discover the body this time. This time? What's that supposed to mean? You'd better watch what you say. I only said this time because earlier Kay was the first to discover the body in Babel. And your secretary, Agent Sheena, was ready to accuse her of murder for that. Ha! So are you going to use that excuse to call me suspicious now? Of course not, I was simply pointing out the usual pattern with discoverers of bodies. But in the Babel's case, there was proof that she was holding the weapon, right? Well, in this one, it's a bit different since we know exactly where the weapon is. Uh-huh.
Hold it!
Did you send it to forensic, by the way? Excuse me, but glittering red and offering up the scent of blood? Do I have to spell it out for you? I mean the sight and smell of blood, of course. And according to the test, the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. That's what I wanted to know, thank you. The sword was made to only be used on stage, so it's not sharp. But it is pretty weighty. It's certainly heavy enough to beat someone to death with it. Which leads me to suspect that the victim was beaten to death with the sword. Beaten to death, huh? This last statement is too important to just let it slip by. Uh-huh.
Hold it!
About the samurai sword, have you received a report from forensics yet? They confirmed that the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. Alright, but have they confirmed that the outline of his wound is consistent with the weapon? Tell me something, do you see the dead body right there in front of you? So, if they were conducting the autopsy right now, shouldn't the body not be here? Well, I suppose so. I guess I must still be investigating this room. Meaning that it's possible he doesn't know about that piece of evidence through nature. Anything else you'd like to chit-chat about? No? Good. Let's continue. Should I present the samurai spear? Is that what it is? Because they are props. Like, it would bend, even if it's weighty.
Objection!
Okay, yeah, I was right. I'm so smooth. Do you know what this is, Agent Lang? It's a long spear, right? We used to use those a lot in my country a long time ago. Piercing, mowing people down. Spears are the weapon of heroes throughout history. No. Swords are the weapons of heroes throughout history. Haven't you checked? Like, you know how many magical swords there are? Like Excalibur, Duranda. Like, if you have a famous hero, he has to have a sword. It's just how it works. He's the next most effective weapon after the whip. I think the whip is in a slightly different category. So what's your point? Are you going to tell me that the spear is a real weapon? No, I simply want you to take a look at this section here. The way it's bent? Precisely. Apparently, a certain troublemaker hit it against a wall in this embassy earlier. And as you can clearly see, the insides of the steel samurai's weapons are hollow. In other words, they're replicas that aren't strong enough to deliver a damaging blow, let alone the multiple strikes necessary to bludgeon someone to death. And yet, there is not even a dent in the samurai sword. How do you explain that? Oh yeah, the sword and the spear are made of the same stuff, so they bend easily. But I wish they'd make them out of better stuff, because the spear got bent. I wasn't able to do my special early summer rain jab move. Man, I got such an earful from the director of the play for not doing it in the show. The Steel Samurai special move was changed tonight because of him. Edward is so disappointed by this. Ouch! That's more than enough of your whiny whimpering. Now, back on the topic of the spear. Yes, let's return to the real topic of discussion. This is where the real gamble begins. I don't have a real strategy per se. So all I can do for now is let the chips fall where they may. Exactly as Phoenix would do it. Using guesswork and taking risk in place of real logic is hardly the Von Karma way. It's neither smart nor very clever. Miss Von Karma, as you know, unlike your father, I am not a genius prosecutor, and also he was a piece of shit and killed my dad. Can you stop mentioning your dad every time that you visit me? Plus, I doubt his record of a 40-year win streak will ever be broken. Francisca is salty about that. But perhaps it is for the best that if it remains unbroken. For no one should have conceived of the notion to convict all defendants in the first place. What a foolish statement from a foolish fool who hates to lose. It's the job of a prosecutor to make sure that all defendants are found guilty in court. There is nothing more important in this world than a perfect victory. That may be your opinion, however, I don't believe that's all we are. As a prosecutor, what I pursue is not the perfect victory, but the perfect truth. And if that means that the bridge I must cross will crumble beneath my feet, then let it crumble as I walk on towards the truth. That's very dramatic, Edward. You're good at keeping me entertained, Mr. Prosecutor, but you know, humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump, and we expire. I'd like you to consider, if you will, the possibility that the sword was used in such a way that the attack killed the masks a second without bending it. Okay, but that's very unlikely. That's just very unlikely. Lang. That's very unlikely. Okay? Like, that's... It's a prop weapon, you motherfucker! Apparently, Francisca finds out that her dad, like, used forged evidence in the second investigation, and she has, like a trauma moment over it. And I'm just like, really? That's what pisses you off, and not the fact that he killed a person? Bitch. So, what do you think of my hypothetical scenario? I think you know what to do here, right? And what you need. Of course, what I need is evidence even he can't refute. This is it. It's time to bring this to a close. It's possible to use the samurai sword to kill someone, and under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. We searched the embassy top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. So isn't it natural that suspicion would fall onto the owner of said weapon? How long do you intend to cling onto that preposterous theory? As long as I want, because we examine every corner within the walls of this embassy. There's no stone we've left unturned. And we've managed to come up with only one logical conclusion. That the only place inside this embassy with the victim's blood on it is the sword. You left no stone unturned. Is that a fact? No, it's not, considering revelations we're gonna get later, but that's what he thinks. You know how it is. If you got something to say, then say it in the only way I respect, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, of course. In that case, allow me to make it all crystal clear for you. Here's the deal. This is important. Like, this is the line that is important. I remember this because it pissed me off. So, like, I remember this specific, like thing here. Because I actually had to look it up because I wasn't sure what I had to do.
Hold it!
Actually, it's very easy. The only place where you could find blood was on the samurai sword. That's right, even with Lumino. Which means that there are no other possibilities outside of what I've already outlined. We have a problem with Agent Lang's assertion that the samurai sword is a weapon. Yes. If you believe that there is no other door of possibility left to open, then allow me to force one open for you. And how do you plan to do that? By showing you what may possibly be the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon. I hate to repeat myself, but my men have already searched every last inch of this embassy, and they've concluded that nothing else could have been used as a weapon. Knowing these facts, you still want to press forward with your little hypothesis? Of course, because it's not possible that your men inspected everything in their investigation. What are you talking about? I don't appreciate mind games, and I don't appreciate it when people like you slander my men. I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I'm merely pointing out that their investigative dragnet has a few holes in it. Namely, that there is something your men couldn't even lay a finger on. And that item is a real murder weapon. Alright then, I'll play along for now. This real weapon that killed the Master II, what exactly is it? The real murder weapon, which not a single person has yet to touch, is this: the Albaz Primitive statue.
Take that!
The national treasure of Albaz. You mean the Primitive statue? Yes, and as you know, only the ambassador and his secretariat may touch it. Which I believe means that neither you nor your men were able to examine it, correct? You know very well that if we did that, there'd be an international incident between the Kingdom of Albaz and the Republic of Babal. And they already had, like, you know, the whole separation thing. The two countries' precarious relationship tears in the balance over a stupid fight related to a sovereignty statue. But I'll be damned if I let something go unexamined. Agent Lang, if you could take a look at this. The direction of the statue is facing just before and after the crime are different. And there is only one conclusion I can draw from that. His honest reaction to that. Go look for Ambassador Alba and get him to give us the okay to examine the statue. Shifu, you can't listen to this infidel's words. He is most definitely trying to trick you. Shifu, please, let's be rational about this. Lang Shi says. Just go already. Yes, sir. Oh, I love Misal. Misal is baby. Shifu, yeah. I'm really sorry, sir, but I was unable to convince the ambassador. I was unable to obtain permission for us to examine the Primidoc statue. Huh, I see. Wait, but then the investigation is at a standstill. Agent Lang, I will go and speak with the ambassador personally. Save your breath. He may act all weak and frail, but the old man's one tough cookie. But I guess you gotta be tough when you're representing a whole country, you know? Agent Lang, what do you want? Let's just hurry up and examine the statue already. But Shifu, what about causing an international incident? Quiet! I'll take the fall if I have to later. Agent Lang, the hypothesis is mine, so if someone is to take responsibility, let it be me. Responsibility? If we're going to talk in such heavy terms, maybe I should let you. It'd be a real problem for my men if something were to happen to me. Alright then, let's talk and more investigating. If we want to know the truth, we can't stop here. Action must be taken. Agent Lang, I'd like to run a chemiluminescence test on the statue. A luminal test? Ah, good thinking. If the statue is a murder weapon, then some of the victim's blood should be on it. Okay, let's get the forensic team in here. Huh, looks like you hit the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess this means that this is the real weapon that killed the Master II. Indeed. But I wouldn't celebrate yet if I were you. This doesn't let your friend off the hook. It doesn't prove that he didn't kill the Master II, so the charge remains. We are hardly done examining the statue, Agent Lang. Knowing that it is the real weapon, I believe further examination is required. You think so? Okay, then knock yourself out. Oh hey, fingerprints. And what do we have here? The search is much. It looks like a handprint? What's a definitive what's a definitive bit of evidence like you doing under here? Looks like we got some fingerprints to analyze. Worst case scenario, these prints belong to Larry, but it looks like it's too late for me to do anything about that now. Hey, forensics guy, I want results on these fingerprints ASAP, you hear me? 10 minutes later. Agent Lang, I have the analysis results, sir. Good. And, sir, about the prints we lifted from the bottom of the statue, you know the victim of the murder in the Babyliss embassy? The prints belong to him, to Mr. Manny-Kochan, sir. But that's... What's going on around here? No, that's impossible. Each Primidoc statue can only be handled by someone of that country, but by the very fact that Mr. Kochan's fingerprints are on this one, it leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually Babal's Primidoc statue. Impossible, it can't be! Larry never once set foot on Babyliss soil, so he was free to go. However, this new piece of information only served to confuse us even further. The ringleader of a smuggling operation was skilled with an Albastian knife in Babel. And the Master II was skilled on Albastian soil with Babel's national treasure. And the mystery of the great thief Tagarasu who visited both countries. The pieces were there, but I had yet to see the big picture they were to form. Because this is very confusing and stupid. I hate these things. So hot. March 14, 9:21, 21 PM. Open air Sage. I've left the Master II investigation to Francisca and returned to Babal. I suppose my first order of business should be to look into Babal's statue. Mr. Edward! So, okay, what's the situation? Oh, it's great. Investigating is so much fun. In other words, they made absolutely no progress. We weren't goofing off, I'm honest, sir. We've been investigating our hearts out. Very well then, will you care to give me an update on your investigation? We've had a really fun time, sir. I knew it. Zero progress. In any case, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir? What is it, sir? I'm sorry about this here poison. What do you need, sir? You have permission to enter the Albastian embassy, is that correct? Yep. As a local detective, I'm helping out with investigations on both sides, sir. Good. In that case, I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. They belong to the lady under the Pink Princess's mask. The Pink Princess? What kind of lady was playing her, sir? The kind that was also playing the role of the Pink Badger yesterday. I understood, sir. If I happen to run into her, I'll give them back to her. And if I don't, then I guess I'll unknow them somewhere. He doesn't seem all that enthused to go find her, but I can't blame him. Evidence that has lost their value given to Detective Gumshoe. Now then, I don't believe I'll be needing this anymore either. What? Are you really going to throw that autograph away? Yes, because that Steel Samurai was a fake. Steel Samurai's autographs crunched up into a ball and disposed of. Wait, what? What do you mean by fake? Now then, I believe it's time for a little housekeeping. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Bags full of cement, powder are stacked up here. I suppose they're for the renovation. Yeah, because I don't smell a drop of gold here, or any other treasure for that matter. Okay, the only scent you should detect in a place like this is the smell of sweat. Hey, Mr. Edward, that was a pretty good play on words there. Gummy, don't randomly jump in on one of our dialogues like that. Were you eavesdropping on us, Detective Gumshoe? No, it's not like that, sir. Okay, we check this. It would appear that the stage is also scheduled to be renovated. You know, I would love to perform on a stage like this. Something like the greatest great thief show. I should think it would be a bad idea for a thief to show their face to the world. There's a sign warning passersby to take precautions around this renovation site. They're really going all out, huh? There's construction going on everywhere. I believe Ambassador Paleno said it was to attract more tourists and visitors. But what can they do with the new stuff they're building? Hey, what do you think they should do, Mr. Edward? How about transforming it into a courthouse? Hey, be serious. But I was being serious. So you're back now, are you, Mr. Edward? You must retire. Here, with this you can eat whatever you like. Are these... and these are... discount tickets for our cafeteria! They open tomorrow at 10 AM in the morning. I appreciate the concern, however these coupons do nothing for me right now. This open-air stage, what function does it serve exactly? Well, normally we use it for a variety of events. It's all to attract that extra bit of attention to Babao. I heard that tonight over in the Albastian Rose Garden, Ambassador Alba was going to give a speech. And you know what? Manny told me that I really should give a speech too. Mr. Cochin told you that. Yes, he did. Which is why I thought I should give a speech of my own. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to. Because of the fire the Yatarazu started. Exactly. Ambassador Paleno, I'd like to ask you a little more about the Primidoc statues. Oh, I see. Well, let me ask you these. Did you know that the Albas and Babal used to be one country called Canopia? Yes, I know that much about your history. Well, the Primidoc statue belonged to the founders of Codopia. At least that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed to the to the king of Codopia as a symbol of the country's wealth. So it was meant as a symbol of sovereignty and the right to rule, I take it. Yes, that's right. Which is why both countries are so adamant about their claim. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to rule, is the reasoning. It's pretty petty when you think about it, though, I suppose. But if Albas and Babal were to re-establish relations, shouldn't that put an end to the squabbling over the statue? I have no reason to believe so. The primitive statue is even more important now as a key to diplomacy. I wonder if Ambassador Paleno knows about what has happened to the very important key to diplomacy. Perhaps I should try showing him this key and see what he has to say about it. Yeah, but after I talk to him about other stuff. Ambassador Paleno, there's just one thing I'd like to ask about. To ask you about. Yes? Oh, don't worry. You can ask me more than just one thing. How about 2 or 3? In exchange, I expect you'll be coming to Babal, yes? Thank you, but just the one thing is all I require. Manny-ko-chan, I'd like to ask you about this man who was your secretary. Were you sleeping with Manny-ko-chan? Sure, I'll tell you what I know. Thank you for your cooperation, Ambassador. He was, well, if I had to put it in one word, he was an able man. If there was ever anything I needed as an ambassador, he was able to get it for me. To think that a man like that had a hand in a smuggling ring right under my nose, going completely unnoticed. Actually, I suppose he was an able man. I was unable to detect his dirty dealings. It sounds like Mr. Ko-chan had a very sharp mind. Recently, Manny had been really busy. Since I became the Babalese representative at the Country Unification Council, he's been working tirelessly to cover my work for me. I'm sorry, but what is this Country Unification Council? Oh, well, you see, had tonight events proceeded without a hitch, or 2 countries were to reunify and become one again. But I guess, with how things turn out, that dream won't be realized anytime soon. I suppose not. Ambassador Paleno, if you could please take a look at this for me. The primitive statue seen in Albas right now actually belongs to Babal. So it would appear. I received a call from Miss Von Karma about this earlier. Then you will understand why I wish to inspect Babal's primitive statue immediately. Because the statue currently in your country's possession. Yes, well, I've already inspected it myself. And it is definitely Alba's statue. I know because it's a real statue. Then you're saying that Babal's was a replica? I'm embarrassed to say it's true, even though I knew that someday it would be exposed. I received my orders from the leaders of Babal, and I was to negotiate with Ambassador Alba at this event. I was to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight, to say that we could not determine which statue was the real one.
Hold it!
Why are you telling me this? Well, because you already figured it out, our statue is just a hollow gold shell. Even if Babal were to lose face, the reunification of the country is what's important. I'm right in thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, right? If you don't know yourself, then I won't pretend to know either. I never thought that by being betrayed by my own secretary, a real symbol of wealth would be given to me. Isn't it simply ironic? Is there anything else that I would need to present to this guy? I don't think so. They're having a real time of it cleaning up after the fire. I suppose we should stay out of here and investigate the stage some more then. Really? Just looking at the scaffolds makes me want to climb them. I recommend that you do not try. There was a fire burning here until not too long ago. Yeah, but I think enough time has passed, so it should be alright. Thief Chow says, if there is a height to be scaled, then scale it you must. Starting from Thief Child, would you care to explain what you just said? Let's see. This bush looks like the perfect place to hide some sort of treasure, you know? Ah, but there is no treasure inside those things. Ah, too bad. But we do have a lot of treasures back in Babal. Sounds great. I'll be sure to pay you guys a visit sometime for a 5-finger discount. Sure. We welcome you anytime. Are you sure you really want to invite a thief into your country with open arms? Okay, anything else? How come so many traffic cones are red and white? That's because they're highly visible from a great distance. Ah, is that why? So then, the reason you wear that wine red suit is for visibility's sake. Please don't compare me to a rag plastic traffic cone.
But Edward, you are kind of like a traffic cone.
A ladder. Actually, that's a step ladder. They're the exact same thing. No way, from their structure up, they're totally different. Of from a thief's perspective, the best kind of ladder is the rope ladder. A step ladder is much too heavy to carry around after all. And from a prosecutor's perspective, any type of ladder is guilty of being dangerous during an earthquake. Edward, you're just like Phoenix sometimes. Hey, do you think the scent of treasure coming from this wash? The scent of treasure? Not at all. Ah, Mr. Edward, you're totally not with it. I'm not with it? No, and it's important for both thieves and prosecutors to be energetic. Perhaps for a thief like you, but that level of energy is unbecoming of a prosecutor. You really think so? That prosecutor we met at Gatewater Land seemed to be pretty active. Well, he's not a prosecutor anymore. See how everything just naturally balances out? Hey, you're not going back to Albus already, are you? No, not yet. I still need to gather a bit more information first. I was too close. Hey, Mr. Edward! You look like you're enjoying yourself, detective. Well, I don't have much else that I enjoy as much as a good investigation, sir. So, what did you find out? Well... I take it he has found nothing of any particular use. As usual. Hey, Mr. Edward, I got something really interesting from Ambassador Paleno. Oh, and what is this something interesting? This, sir. Wow, that's so pretty. I'm so jealous. That's a real treasure there. Where does the flame burn green, detective? So apparently, if you burn the special white crystal oil that they only make in Babal, it burns this green color, sir. Yeah, you can actually color flames with different like oils or like metal. Like you have to like grind it very like certain oxides. Is that how it would be in English? Like it's the same kind of like stuff that is used to give color to glass. Like if you're painting glass and like the way that you're supposed to, it's basically just really fine powder metal. Like if you put that in a flame, it will also color the flame. It's better not to do it because actually that's kind of poisonous. Like all of the stuff that is used to do glass work is incredibly dangerous and poisonous. So it's the kind of thing that you have to be careful if you work glass. It is not a profession for a person who's not ready to get their mouth covered the entire time and their nose. Like you do have to work. Mostly when it comes to the painting and a lot of the cutting of glass, you really want to actually use protection. Like it's an obligation to use protection. Interesting. So it's a special property of the oil. I suppose this is a ploy to force people to visit Babal should the oil run out. Hey, Gummy, what about these silhouettes? They stuck some cutouts on the outside of the lantern so it projects the images. Oh. Silhouettes, huh? They are rather pretty, aren't they? Wait, what am I doing? I was supposed to be asking for an update on the investigation. Hey, what's wrong, sir? There's something I want you to investigate for me. Do you think you can do that much? Uh-huh. You got it, sir. Hey, that's not fair. Why is Gummy getting to do all the fun stuff? Well, that's because I'm Mr. Edward's partner. Aw, I can't believe you took advantage of the confusion and stole my role as assistant. I expect the two of you to get along and work together like professionals on this. Wait, where are you going? Are you heading back to Albast? Yes, but before I do, I suppose I should give you a summary of what's happened. Oh, I see. So there's been a matter about countries in an object from the other country. That's the gist of it. Babal is just as strict as Albast in their inspection of the people and things that enter their country, meaning that somehow both murder weapons were smuggled into the two countries. That's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries. You mean the fake Yatagarasu? In one way or another, the Yatagarasu is connected. Of this I am sure. Now then, where was the Yatagarasu first spotted? I believe it was the Rose Garden on the Albastian side of the embassy. The garden is just on the other side of this boundary. Is where Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight. At least that's what I heard. That's where I heard the Yatagarasu had appeared. In that case, I believe it's vital that I investigate the Rose Garden for taste. Wait, before you go, take a look at this, Mr. Edward. What is it? My guess is that it's a guitar pick. I picked it up just now over there. Do you think it'll be of any use? There's a little water on it, but how did the water get on it? Doesn't look like there's anything it could get wet from around here. I was thinking, they have concert here at this open air stage from time to time, right? Alright, I'll find its owner later. Oh yeah, there's one more thing. Mr. Edward, would you be willing to hold on to this? What is this? It's misused perfume. It's a bottle that woman left behind and that I found 7 years ago. I thought that one day it'd be of some use in tracking her down. So I kept it safe all this time. Thank you. I'd be honored to hold on to it for you. Time to leave it. I think I'll be returning to the investigation in Albas for now, but... I know, I'll go back to Babal and do some more investigating there. March 14, 9:58 PM, Rose Garden. That's a really nice fountain. Just saying. I see you're back, Miles Edward. Hi, Fran. How are things in Babal? Although I can't really say expect much from Scruffy and that girl. The investigation into Manny Kurchen's death hasn't really progressed any. However, the investigation into the Yatagarasu has. Ah, yes, the Yatagarasu. Even now, I find it hard to believe. A person who can freely traverse between the two countries at will. Preposterous. Well, that's what I came here to investigate. I heard that this is where the witnesses claim to have seen the Yatagarasu. That's correct. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight here in Albast. And that's when the Yatagarasu appeared. The shadow of the mysterious thief appeared and just as suddenly it vanished. After that, there was the fire at the Babalese embassy that the Yatagarasu started. I vow that not a single feather from the Yatagarasu's shell shall escape my diligence. A statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady's pouring water. It says that it's a statue of the queen who spoke of love to King Primidux. Well, Miles Edward, it seems that you are lousy at reading a woman's heart. I opened my mouth about a statue and she somehow made that leap to that. Francisca, I'm gay. We talked about this. This is an overturned spotlight here. When the Yatagarasu appear, the audience that was waiting for the speech to start... that was waiting for this... What? Okay, this is, when the Yatagarasu appear, the audience that was waiting for this speech... What? Okay, I think it's supposed to be when the Yatagarasu appear, it caused the audience that was waiting for the speech to start panic. to start panicking. What? That's... The sentence here is so weird. I suppose that's when someone must have knocked it over. I'm having a tough time visualizing the mass confusion that took place here. I thought that I used my whip to capture the Gatarasu. However, there were people in my way, and I wasn't able to land even a single lash. I suppose this means that some other poor saps were hit instead. There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance. It's not just for aesthetics. This pool of water is also used in putting out fires. I see. Oh. The pool stops filling itself automatically. Fountain spouts are set to stay open until the pool's water reaches a certain level. If this water is used to put out fires, I suppose it must be refilled to its normal level. Which suggests that this pool was recently used somehow in this embassy. I guess I'll take some notes about it, just in case. What? How dare you surprise me like that? I know we. Oh, hey, AP. Thanks for what you did back there. Your gratitude alone is enough. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for your personal enjoyment. I know that! You really think that I'm the type to just jump into the pool and swim around for fun? Objection! That's a yes. Alright then, did you, by chance, fall into the pool? Nice guess, but no dice. So you know my son, right, Edgy? Your son? What? I guess I kinda lost sight of him when I shook hands with the ambassador. And I'm pretty sure he was around here when I was like, so here! You imbecile, how can you be so flippant at a time like this? What are you going to do if your son fell into the pool? And how old is this child of yours anyway? Huh? How old is he again? Hold it! Larry, this is the first time I heard of a son. Who exactly is the mother? The mother? Oh, that chick, the pink princess. The pink princess. Miss Von Karma. I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe he is looking for... what he is looking for is the doll of the Iron Infant. Infant. Yep, because I'm the Steel Samurai through and through, head and soul. And the Iron Infant is my cute little son. You have given a whole new meaning to the phrase an astounding fool. Larry, we have not seen hide nor hair of the Iron Infant. Why do I keep trying to pronounce it like that? But rest assured that if we should find him, we'll let you know. Now get out of there. That's good. In that case, I'll go search over there. Hey, wait! Well, it's not as if he'll get very far swimming around in that pool. And though he's unrelated to the murders, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. Is it possible that the Gatarasu hid in these bushes? Of course not, they're rose bushes! You've been spending so much time with Scruffy and that girl, they're rubbing off on you. But it's alright, I'll wake you up over your stupor. Yeah. Now, the next time you feel like sleep talking, remember that I'll whip you for real. Well, I tried to do what's over of a possibility, and this is what I get. Which, kind of rude, Francisca. There are, in fact, rose bushes that don't have, don't have thorns. Like there are some rose bushes that don't have thorns. These are some beautiful roses here. They appear to be well maintained. You're being too nice, Miles Edward. The arrangement is devoid of any design sense. Roses only shine when they are grouped by color, one color per location. They lose their beauty when they're all mixed together like this. I can't really tell if she's being sarcastic or not. A second thought, there's a rather serious look on her face. I better leave it be. They should really think the proper balance of these roses. Of all people to comment on the proper balance of things. This statue bears a resemblance to the primitive statue. The plaque says King Primitus on the battlefield. In order to save the queen, King Primitus put his life on the line and went to war. So Primitux was actually a person of royal blood. I thought he was simply someone imitating a character from an ancient legend. Well, what surprises me is that a real person who looked like the Steel Samurai existed. I suppose there's that too. I suppose Ambassador Alba sat in this chair. Ambassador Alba is very elderly. The chair was prepared for him should he have gotten tired during his speech. In that case, why didn't he plan to make his speech sitting down in the first place? The ambassador is also quite prideful, that's why. He sounds like my old principal from grade school who speak at assemblies. So this is the ambassador's. So this is where Ambassador Alba was to give his speech. The stage was set up nicely, however, where was the audience supposed to sit? Perhaps they were supposed to sit around the edge of the pool. That's such poor planning if there wasn't a place other than a spot or two by the pool. They really should have made seating arrangement like how the gallery is set up in court. Indeed, you can sense that consideration for the viewers was taken with those. So in the end, the speaker and his audience were to stand the whole time, huh? Yes, although I suspect the audience would have liked to sit down after a while. Okay, I think that's everything that I can check without talking to this asshole. You finished checking out all the bystanders? Yes, sir! And we found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking, and 1 person ran a light, sir. Don't tell me you didn't find out anything related to the case. Sir, not a single thing, sir. Well, for now, let's just get those other lawbreakers down to the precinct. Agent Lang. Well, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor. I would just like to thank you for your assistance earlier. Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did. After I left, you received word from Ambassador Alba. We're to wrap up our bodyguard assignment at the end of the day. Oddly enough, we received word from HQ to return home on an urgent matter. As if I can be so easily called away from this case after I've come this far. I swear that I'll find the truth and drag it out screaming into the light. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? You were working as Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time. So naturally, you witnessed when the Yatagarasu appeared, correct? Yeah, I saw the thief alright, with my own 2 eyes. The Yatagarasu was always there, lurking in the shadows. When the spotlights were turned on for the Ambassador Alba's speech, a shadow appeared. That's when cries of "It's the Yatagarasu" ran out. The next second, the spotlight went out, and by the time we got the area lit again, the deaf thief had vanished. When we investigated afterwards, we found that the reason the lights went out was because someone had unplugged the extension plug for all the outdoor electronics. Whether it was someone doing it on purpose, or simply a guest who had tripped over it, we don't know. But one thing is for certain, the Yatagarasu was here. So you're saying that basically all you saw was a thief's silhouette? Yes.
Objection!
If all you saw was a shadow, then it's entirely possible that the shadow belonged to someone else. Good thing, sis. You just might be right. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one else with that same shape. Not amongst the staff or the audience members. My men have already done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right. Someone else's shadow. That sounds like a plausible hypothesis. The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu, I believe I figured out its true origin. I expected no less from my subordinate. Now let's hear what you know on the subject. What really caused the shadow of the Yatagarasu? Well... technically the statues.
Take that!
The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. Is it not possible that it was created by the statue?
Objection!
you playing me for a fool, Miles Edward? The statue bears absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatagarasu. You are correct, however, this statue is but one part of the whole picture. What do you mean by only one part? What is the other part of the real form of the Yatarasu's shadow? That's the other statue.
Take that!
It's another statue. The Yatarasu's shadow was made from the statues of these two shadows of these two statues. Made? What do you mean by that? Right now, the spotlights are all over the place. This is because they were moved when the guests were in a panic state. However, if they were to restore the lights to where they were when the thief appeared, you believe that the two shadows will create the Yatarasu's shadow? Precisely. Now then, watch as I reveal the true form of the Yatarasu. First, if we set up a spotlight to cast a shadow of King Primidux on the battlefield, the shadow of the king's statue would appear on the background of the stage. Likewise, if we set a light up on the queen who spoke of love to King Primidux, the silhouette would also appear on the background of the stage. Aha! So if we were to combine the two shadows, it looks nothing like the Yatarasu's shadow. Miles Edward! How do you explain this grotesque shape? Calm down, Francisca. The way the light needs to be shown on the queen's statue is wrong. What do you mean by that? I believe the whole of the king's shadow needs to be used for this to work. However, in the case of the queen, I don't believe her whole shadow is needed. Rather, the person who created the shadow only used one part of her shadow. Only one part. Yes, and that one part alone is enough to fill the rest of the Yatarasu's shadow. Why didn't you say that in the first place? You're right, I apologize. Now, what part of the queen's statue was used to complete the Yatarasu's shadow? The hand.
Take that!
Think back to what is missing in our shadow. 5 long, thin areas, correct? Now, what does that remind you of? Ah! Right, it can only be the shadow of the queen's left hand. Francisca, can you please adjust the spotlight position so that it only shines on the queen's left hand? Alright, let's give it a try and see what we get. It's... Huh. Yeah, this is exactly like the shadow I saw. The culprit must have changed the spotlight's positioning beforehand, and then pulled the plug after people saw what the culprit wanted them to see. In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which we can assume was also a part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatarasu's shadow had vanished, which means that the shadow was a construct from the very beginning. So you see, the Yatarasu never did visit Albast tonight. The only country the thief visited was Vaval, although it can be assumed that the Yatarasu had an accomplice in Albast. An accomplice, but who? I haven't figured that out yet, but I assume it was the person who set up the shadow show. I sense that the biggest clue yet to solving this case is the existence of this accomplice.
Yay!
How's the investigation going? Oh, I thought Bad. For a moment I thought it was Sheena. Detective Bad, have you come to join us in investigating the Yatagarasu? I've left the murder in Agent Lang's charge. And my only target from the very beginning is the Yatagarasu. So yes. So, what have you found? I got a piece of evidence. May I see it? Sure, but you might regret it. We're here because we are ready to face whatever may come. So if you please. When people heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering, and one woman claimed, "I'm telling you, I'm a genuine international journalist." Oh, for fuck's sake. She gave me an interesting picture. A journalist. Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. This is a photo I got from her. What in the world? the Yatagarasu is flying through the air? The times, they are changing. And the times, they are changing. It's not just man, but evidence. Even they lied to us now. When was this photo taken? Apparently, right after the fires, when the 4th and 5th floors were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you can see the embassy from. I see. So this was taken after the fire. The blur in this picture took off from the Babalese embassy, flew over the boundary, and headed for the embassy of Albas. This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight. Is that a fact? I had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once. Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well. Too, actually. Maybe it happens more often than we think. Am I up to the task of solving the mystery behind this photograph? Well, the also took off from the Babalese embassy, so I should start from there. Francisca, I need to return to the Babalese, to the Babal investigation for a bit. Alright. And now we can end the stream. Wait, wrong button. I want to get there. I need to say. Almost 10 minutes over time because this is long. But we're finishing for today. Boy, oh boy, it gets longer. Jesus Christ. At least we got Larry out of the way. Because he's always the worst part of this kind of shit. Thank you for being here. Continuing this next weekend. I mentioned this one is long. It is very long. We'll probably finish it on next Sunday. I don't think we're gonna finish on Saturday. This case is long as shit. So yeah. I'm not sure if I'm gonna start investigations too immediately. I might do a smaller game first because I need to rest my throat a little bit. And my poor throat is already suffering, so we'll see. But anyway, that's for next week, and hopefully I'll be less fucked up next next Friday, so I can do the night Friday stream, which I've been postponing because my body just gives up on me and it sucks. But anyway, thank you everybody for being here again. Have a good rest of your day, a good end of your weekend, and a good start to your week. And I'll see you hopefully on Friday if my body doesn't die. For a night stream, and then next weekend the ending of Investigations 1. Hopefully. I hope it just takes the next 2 streams. I don't want it to take longer than that. This case is so fucking long. Jesus. Bye everyone.